I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Tuesday, the 27th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Ellie Costello and Patrick Christie's. Here's what's leading the news this morning.
Yes, well, Rishi Sunak has been warned by ex-Prime Minister Theresa May, remember her, not to water down modern slavery laws to make it harder to claim asylum in the UK. But with the number of cross-channel migrants hitting nearly 46,000, should the PM stick to the plan?
Well, it comes as the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, is drawing up tough immigration plans that would target students, making it more difficult for them to bring their other halves.
And our royal correspondent will be taking a look back at Britain's longest reigning monarch, the late Queen Elizabeth II, who celebrated her Platinum Jubilee earlier this year.
And later on in the programme, we'll be getting all the latest on the Boxing Day football results and looking ahead to today's fixtures.
Well, you can get in touch the usual way via Twitter or email at GB News on Twitter. gbviews@gbnews.uk is that email. Let us know where you're watching or listening from.
So, should Rishi Sunak stick to his plan? He wants to tighten modern slavery laws to make it harder for migrants to use them to claim asylum. But the former Prime Minister Theresa May is warning him that the UK should not reduce world-leading protections for victims.
Yeah, well, 90 people reportedly crossed the English Channel on Christmas Day in 2 small boats. They're not that small then, are they, really? But bringing the total number to 45,756. That's a 60% increase on the 2021 total, and it's the highest figure since records began.
Well, the Prime Minister promised new legislation in the new year to help combat the migrant crisis. And the Times reports today that the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has drawn up a plan that would target foreign students, making it harder for them to bring their spouses to the UK. So, have they got the answer to the migrant crisis?
Well, let's ask broadcast editor for The Spectator, Cindy Yu. Cindy, thank you very much. Very much 2 different issues at play here now, because you've got the legal element to migration, which comes down to student visas, spouses, etc., and the illegal element of it, i.e. what's going on in the Channel. Let's tackle that big line first. Theresa May today, it's the latest line, which is that she's warning Rishi Sunak not to water down the modern slavery aspect of it. She's prioritising, it would appear, quotes-unquote, victims. Whereas I think some other people may be thinking, well, hang on a minute, maybe we should prioritise the borders. What's the actual latest? What could be watered down?
She's also prioritising herself, Patrick, because it is one of her remaining legacies in place as Prime Minister, because she brought this legislation in. So she obviously doesn't want that to be undone. The things that can be watered down is because the Modern Slavery Act has been used by a lot of Albanian refugees. Well, you might call them migrants, actually, because there is no war in Albania. What they are escaping is more poverty, is more economic migration. They're here looking for jobs, and sometimes illegally. So, but when they start using Modern Slavery Act, that they are claiming that they have been victims of human trafficking, and that is what holds up the asylums processing system so much that it takes over a year these days to kind of process any of this stuff. And when half of them are Albanians, it is an easy thing for Rishi Sunak to target. So that if the definition of what counts as a modern slave or human trafficking is watered down a bit more, then that means that the process will be sped up. So, of course, if you're concerned about that, like Theresa May is, then you will be concerned about the watering down process. But, I mean, you can't have one without the other.
I mean, it is a really difficult subject to kind of tackle, isn't it? I mean, all over the world, there are countries struggling with this. Australia doesn't have a set answer. America doesn't have a set answer. Neither do we. But Rishi Sunak says he's going to clear the asylum backlog by the end of 2023. Seems like an impossible task, doesn't it? Has he set himself up for failure, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem rather impossible, actually, because we have a record amount of backlog in the asylum processing system, as well as record backlog in anything else. So I think part of it is because of COVID, that we have a bureaucratic backlog, because people have been just working from home or not really properly working over the last few years when it comes to various parts of government. That's one thing. But another thing is also just being a bit more smart about the way you're processing things. So, for example, it is possible to say about countries that have no war, whether civil or otherwise, have no other situation to be escaping from other than just, poverty and a lack of employment prospects. It is possible just to blanket say, well, these countries, people from these countries, let's consider them not in until they have proven otherwise, rather than the other way around. So I feel like he has set himself a target. Targets are not always necessarily bad, but it could be a mark scheme to mark him against this time next year.
Yeah, now, Cindy, the Conservatives do seem to be going on the offensive when it comes to tackling immigration. A lot of people will be screaming at their TV sets or radio sets now, going, well, it's about time, or we've heard all this before. But a multi-pronged approach. So there's even talk of offshore processing, i.e. cruise ships somewhere in the Channel. There's talk of a Rwanda flight potentially taking off at some point, maybe deals with other countries. But now, and really interesting, Suella Braverman appears to be looking to get down net migration as well. And she wants, I think, to close what many would regard as a loophole when it comes to the student visa scheme. Can you just fill our viewers and listeners in on that, please?
Yeah, so Suella Braverman, I mean, this is one of her biggest concerns, really. But I think from the political side of things, actually, she has been a bit sidelined by Rishi Sunak and his ally, Robert Jenrick, who is a minister in a Home Office. Robert Jenrick and Rishi Sunak have been working on this together. So Suella Braverman, I think, wants to stick her all back in. I mean, it is her remit, after all. She is the head of this department. And this is one of the ways that she wants to do that. So she wants to tackle dependents who come along with foreign students. So out of that 500,000 migrants who come here legally every year, the vast majority, around 400,000 or more, are actually students. So when they come, they sometimes bring their dependents. But actually, Patrick, when you look down at the figures, dependents are very little on that number. So the average student is actually bringing maybe 1 or 2 dependents because, they don't tend to have big families. But there are some from some parts of Africa, for example, who bring up to about 6 dependents. So it really depends on the geographical area here. But actually, most students do not have that amount of dependents. So in a way, this is a good headline thing for her to be talking about. And the government has talked about it in the past as well. But it's not really going to change numbers that much.
But Cindy, lots of people will be listening to that and saying perhaps these are the people that we actually need in this country. I mean, students who are getting degrees, hopefully skilled workers who can add to our economy. I mean, they say they're perhaps going down the wrong track with this, and it should be illegal migration that should be tackled. It should be people coming over perhaps to work in the black market. They're going down the wrong route here.
Right. So there's a massive question over whether or not students should even be counted in this net migration figure, because so many of them just come for a few years by the nature of what they're doing, and then they leave. And the ones that stay probably are ones that we want to stay. I think that's a real political question, and one for voters as well, that, when we voted Brexit, did we want control on immigration so that we can say who could come in, who couldn't, and tackle illegal migration? Or do we want reduced immigration altogether? I think that's a question that really has never been answered by politicians, even though voters may have had their own answers. So I think that explains a lot of the frustration that actually some politicians think some kind of migration is okay, that it was all about control, whereas some voters might have thought, well, actually, I thought we would see a reduction in net migration as well. So it's a really tricky question to answer, and one that I think as a post-Brexit Britain, we just haven't really answered, we haven't really reckoned with as a country.
Cindy, can I just ask you a little bit more of a big picture question as we hurtle headfirst towards the new year, OK? A lot of people will be thinking, well, we need to get this migrant crisis issue sorted in 2023. We've tried to touch on the stuff that's going on in the channel, i.e. the illegal stuff, and the net migration figure, the legal stuff. When it comes to the net migration figure as well, do we not have to look at, right, if we're going to be bringing in X amount of people, we also have to do things like building new homes, building new schools, making sure there's enough GP places, because as it currently stands from where I'm sitting, we can't have it all. We don't have enough infrastructure to be able to deal with the volume of people. I've just had an email as well from Frank, for example, who says, is it time for us to look after our own infrastructure first? And potentially Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman could press pause a little bit on migration, both net and channel, for us to get our own house in order, maybe, Cindy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive tension going on in the country. I think, Patrick, you're absolutely right in that we are a high migration country and we have only increased net migration since Brexit. At the same time, we've got 5.2 million working age people out of work, many of them because of health problems and some of them because of out of choice, because they want early retirement. Yet we've got record employment shortages in this country, in the NHS, in various parts of the public sector. And at the same time, the government won't increase public sector pay. So, and at the same time, we won't build more houses because of real NIMBYism coming from certain parts of Parliament and certain parts of the country. So the question really is, what kind of country do we want to be? What is post-Brexit? What are these Brexit opportunities that we can make use of? Because if we're not getting our own people to work because of various health issues or pay not being high enough, and yet we're introducing a lot of migrants and we're not building enough houses, then this is not a situation that is going to be able to continue. It's not sustainable. It's not smart to sustain the situation. So I think something does have to give. I mean, for certain people, that might be high migration, high building, and high opportunities for everyone, high pay for everyone. For others, that might be, putting our own first. And to do that, I do think that government needs a different approach to the public sector strikes, because in order to put our own first, we need to be talking about why these 5 million people are out of work. And it might be because of health, it might be because of wages, it might be out of choice, but we need to get them back into work.
Well, exactly, and people are getting increasingly concerned, I think, about blank cheques for Ukraine, rightly or wrongly, but in the context of the bigger picture, there is that. Cindy, thank you very much. Cindy, you there? of The Spectator, whizzing you through what is the top story of the day anyway, Theresa May's interjection when it comes to modern slavery laws and what's going on in the Channel.
Yes, lots to unpack this morning in terms of migration, either illegal or legal. But let's focus on the legal side of things in a bit more detail now, shall we? And just to recap, as you were just hearing from Patrick, Theresa May has warned that tightening modern slavery laws could impact victims.
Well, Suella Braverman is targeting spouses and students in her plan to cut net migration.
Well, we can speak now to immigration lawyer Skylar McKeith now. Morning to you, Skylar. I hope you had a very Merry Christmas. So tell us a bit more about these plans.
So the Home Secretary has announced plans to increase the minimum salary threshold for British citizens to be able to bring their spouses or partners to the UK on the family visa. And where it stands currently is that couples must prove they have a combined income of at least $18,600 per year and an additional income for any family members, children who are not British. This is wrong. There are families who will not be able to qualify for this new structure. We do not yet know what the new salary threshold will be raised to, but the government needs to focus the efforts on illegal migration first, rather than legal migration, especially family migration. And this change, it could result in families potentially being separated, forced to live apart. And the Prime Minister is also considering implementing restrictions on foreign students to also curb migration. And what they're currently doing is they're planning to restrict students from studying on certain courses, making those courses ineligible for visas, while simultaneously funding British students to study on those courses.
A problem. How big a problem is it when it comes to this student visa loophole? I can remember years and years ago, and this is why I'm not sure it's so much of a problem now, basically kind of pop up fake universities on high streets. You could just tell that they weren't necessarily real. Clearly, they were being used as a bit of a front to allow people into the country, possibly with dependents as well. But is that actually still an issue now in massive numbers, is it?
That is not an issue in massive numbers. The biggest issue really is that the Prime Minister admitted that the UK is currently spending £5.5 million a day on hotels to house asylum seekers, and that is obviously not sustainable. The issue is not with the students. They bring a lot to the UK. We need the students. They fill the gaps for the UK labour market once they graduate. We need those individuals. We need the legal migration.
What do you think it is, Skylar? Is this an easy win for Suella Braverman to tackle legal migration, to go after the students? Because as you say, and Cindy said just before you as well, that these students, especially those that come to this country and get degrees, are skilled workers. I mean, you'd think it's the people that you want in this country. And I'm sure many people listening will agree with you that it's the people in the Channel, the 46,000 that have crossed it in 2022, 60% increase on the year before, that needs to be tackled first. So I suppose I'm asking, what is Suella Braverman trying to achieve here? Is this just a tick box exercise, something that can easily be fixed?
I think so. I think she's trying to attack it from all angles, but I think it needs to be focused. It needs to be focused on the illegal migration first, see how that works out. The solution is not to attack the students, the British citizens, from bringing their families, students from being able to study on courses. There's other restrictions that the UK has, such as the high potential individual visa, where only graduates of top universities can come to the UK. So by restricting students from studying on certain courses, we're going to have a very elitist, restrictive society in the UK, where many individuals are not going to be able to fill these labour shortages. We have a labour shortage problem in the UK currently, and this is potentially going to make it worse.
Yeah, I wonder if they're busy looking at some of the spreadsheets. We've seen things like the net migration figures drop. We've seen things like demographic change as well, and I can't help but wonder whether or not they're lumping everything in together with that. Thank you very much, Skylar. Skylar McKeith there, who's bringing you up to date with more of the legal side of it. And I think maybe, just maybe, we might have found one of the questions firstly in the top hour anyway that we put to you, GBViews at gbnews.uk, because a lot of, as always happens, a lot of you have got a lot of views when it comes to immigration as well. The Tories now making announcements about both legal and illegal immigration. Which one do you think you would like them to sort first, and why, maybe, is a place for us to start this morning. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
And, of course, what's easiest to tackle, which is what we're talking about there, and perhaps going after the students, is something that's easy to
Something they can say,
tackle.
we've done this, look,
yes,
here you go.
whereas channel migration is just completely, as we've seen, out of control.
Yeah.
46,000 have now made that crossing across the channel in the past year, up 60% on the year before.
Yes, indeed. When it's seen as a win that we won't hit the 50,000 mark by the end of the year, that's possibly a concern, isn't it? But there we go. Right, it is 16 minutes past 6, close to 17 minutes past 6, actually. Let's bring you up to date with the stories making the headlines today, shall we?
2 people have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
Gosh, well, and a yellow weather warning is in place for the north and east of Scotland. The Met Office says snowy and icy conditions could last until 10 p.m. this evening. Travel disruption is possible because wintry showers are causing patchy ice, mainly on higher routes. Traffic Scotland says gritters are out and motorists should plan ahead.
And in the US, 27 storm-related deaths have now been confirmed in New York State alone after a blizzard paralysed western New York. Some fatalities were found in snowbanks and in their cars. Snow is expected to continue to fall on top of more than 4 feet of snow that's already been falling since Friday.
Wow, goodness me. OK, well, it's been a year of great highs, tragic lows as well for the Windsor family. But this morning, we are taking a little look back at the royal year. But instead of dwelling on the Queen's passing, we're remembering the high of the Platinum Jubilee.
It's incredible, really, that came in such a short amount of time, isn't it, really, the joy and jubilation of the Platinum Jubilee and then that great loss just a few months later. But you will remember that in June the nation came together to celebrate the 70-year reign of Britain's longest-serving monarch. Queen Elizabeth II herself appeared on the Buckingham Palace balcony in front of cheering crowds with her family.
That was iconic, wasn't it? It was British tradition on the global stage. Now, royal reporter Cameron Walker takes a little look back at that Platinum Jubilee weekend.
A jubilant weekend of pomp and pageantry. The eyes of the world were on Great Britain as we celebrated Queen Elizabeth II's 70 years of service. Trooping the colour marked the official birthday of the late Queen. Over 1,400 soldiers, 200 horses and 400 musicians came together for a magnificent display of military precision, horsemanship and fanfare. The streets were packed with crowds.
For us all to be together, for us all to be celebrating, not just the Queen, but life, our lives, our being together again, was, I think, something very, very special.
The Queen appeared on the Buckingham Palace balcony twice that day. Firstly with her cousin, the Duke of Kent, to watch the parade. Secondly, to watch the RAF fly past with working members of the royal family and their children. Mobility problems meant Her late Majesty chose not to take the salute at Horse Guards. Her son Charles took it on her behalf. That didn't stop the crowds erupting in applause when the Queen waved at them from the balcony. Only the roar of aircraft drowned them out, much to Prince Louis's horror. Queen Elizabeth helped light the principal Jubilee beacon, heralding the start of celebrations throughout her beloved Commonwealth. With the touch of her hand, an illuminated globe sent a river of light from Windsor Castle to Buckingham Palace, where Prince William watched the Tree of Trees sculpture bathe in light. The Queen was absent from her service of Thanksgiving at St Paul's Cathedral, where the Duke and Duchess of Sussex made their only official appearance of the weekend. There were cheers from the crowd when Harry and Meghan arrived, accompanied by a smattering of boos. The Queen also missed the derby at Epsom Downs, instead opting to view it on TV from Windsor Castle, where she was sent a souvenir race card to follow the action. It was understood the decision was taken for her comfort.
There was no guarantee we actually would have seen her. I know on the build-up to it, it was very much on the day to see how she was feeling. It will be memories, I'm sure, which will last all of our lifetimes. We've never seen anything like that. And I'm sure, actually, we'll never see anything like that again.
Street parties and Jubilee lunches were the talk of many towns across the UK. But perhaps the most memorable was the Platinum Party at the Palace, a star-studded event in front of spectators chosen in a lottery, were treated to a surprise appearance from Her late Majesty alongside Paddington Bear. "Thank you, ma'am, for everything," Paddington said at the end of the sketch. Despite a little tantrum from a young prince, crowds cheered for the pageant celebrating different decades of Her late Majesty's reign. The weekend was rounded off by one final appearance on the balcony from Queen Elizabeth II with her close family. 4 generations and 3 future kings. In a message of thanks, the Queen said she remained committed to serving the nation, a promise she kept for the rest of her life. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Oh, bless her. Thank you, Cameron.
So sad seeing pictures of her, isn't it?
I know. But in a way, we never really lose her because she is everywhere.
Yeah.
So you can go watch the footage of her and everything. Anyway, after the break, Aidan McGee will be in the studio. He's here more than me, this guy.
That's saying something.
Yes, to give us a roundup of... I think he lives here. To give us a roundup of all the Boxing Day sports results, and tell us, crucially, how many goals Manchester United are going to win by tonight. But there we go. First, though, let's have a short break.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, We're
on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instinct was to sort of cover this up. Clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. The time has just gone 24 minutes past 6. Still lots to come on today's programme.
Yes, right. Well, at 6:50, a psychologist and relationship expert, Dr. Carmen Harrer, will be talking all things relationships during the holiday season, which, as some of you may know, can add extra chaos to our already busy lives.
Yes. At 7:15, around 4,000 animals are abandoned during the Christmas period. Very sad. We'll be looking at how the cost of living crisis has impacted on a dog's home in Birmingham.
Yeah, and get in touch. All the usual ways. Email gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
And I've decided what I think we can ask people about today.
Oh, good.
Because Patrick and I have to have a discussion about what we're going to ask you to email in. And we couldn't think of one today, but I think we should ask what people are doing in Betwixtmas.
Betwixtmas. And
Which is where we're in now.
So this is the squishy little middle bit between Christmas and New Year?
And it's bizarre. It's 6 days of the year where it could be any day of the week. Anything could happen. You can drink at 8 a.m, you can eat chocolate for breakfast. It's
Yeah.
lots of fun, but it's pure chaos.
Yeah, kind of treating your own house like an all-inclusive holiday resort.
Exactly like that.
Yes, indeed.
So, have you descended into Betwixtmas? What's going on in your house? Do let us know. gbviews@gbnews.uk. What's the plans for the next few days?
Yeah, how are you putting up with your family?
Yes, how's that going?
Yeah.
We do have a relationship expert on later who's got tips on how to avoid arguments.
We could do that as well, just quickly. GBViews, gbnews.uk. We could anonymously put some questions to our relationship guru for you.
That's a good idea. We're going to be like agony, uncle and auntie today. We'll help you out. But lots of you might be watching lots of sport, because there's lots of sport going on, isn't there, Aidan McGee? And you're here to tell us all about it. Started yesterday, Boxing Day.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, listen, I said there were going to be some freak results, didn't I? We didn't get any of those. We saw 5 away wins, though, out of the 7. Only 1 home team won. So that's freakish in itself. So if we're not looking at individual results, looking at the thing as a wholesome, then we got one home win, and that was Arsenal. Arsenal was big yesterday because they lost their main striker at the World Cup, Gabriel Jesus. He was on crutches at the side of the pitch. Arsene Wenger had come back for the night, so a big night to see him back at the club. 4.5 years since he left, of course. He took up an advisory role with FIFA. And West Ham hit their straps pretty well. I mean, they've not played for 5 weeks. They took the lead. They looked solid. They looked compact. Arsenal then had more adversity because they thought they were awarded a penalty with a handball, what they thought was a handball against Aaron Cresswell. Turned out to be it hit his head. It was overturned by VAR. So they go into the break losing 1-0. And that's when you see, Patrick, what the champions are made of, or what prospective champions are made of, and they go and rattle off 3 goals in the second half. 7 points clear of Newcastle, who won at Leicester. Man City don't play till tomorrow night, but in fine form, I have to say, and they look every inch prospective champions to me. But long way to go, only 15 games gone.
Yeah, long way to go. Big question marks as to whether or not they need to go big in the transfer market now. Maybe as a sign of intent. When will they be a more desirable club, given that they are top at the minute? Got a real chance as well. It depresses me to say, but they do have a real chance.
Are you an Arsenal hater from your days, like, you know, because I suppose in your time they were United's main rival, weren't they? More than Liverpool.
Yeah, they were, and they were brilliant. Yeah, well, they were, but crucially not as good as United. And so this was all right. Whereas now, a lot of people are better than United. Just a quick one, and this is shamelessly me crowbarring my own interest into the news. United have got a game tonight, haven't they? Nottingham Forest.
They have indeed. Yeah, should win. That looks like a home banker. In terms of transfers, I don't think United are going to do much next month. Actually, they're not historically in the market for transfers in January, when they've had mixed success in the past. Bruno Fernandes, 2020, a big success, signing him in January. But think back to Alexis Sanchez back in 2018. I don't think they're going to... I mean, one player they might have fancied was Cody Gakpo. He's going to he's going to Liverpool.
Well, and you've seamlessly segued us into transfer rumours, which is the big thing. OK, so you've mentioned one there. Who's going where, elsewhere?
Well, I'm not sure about elsewhere at the moment, but this... because the window doesn't open for another few days yet, but it's odd for Liverpool to get their business done this early. Now, that's a player that Eric Ten Hag at Man United would know very, very well, and I think they'll be very disappointed to miss out on him. 37 goals in 106 games for PSV, 23 years old, 3 goals at the World Cup for Holland. It looks a little bit like, you know, they've seen a player play well in the World Cup, and so they've signed him. A bit of an old-school Harry Redknapp-style transfer, if you like. You know, that can be hit and miss. It can be successful as well, but he looks like a Man United player to me. He looks like someone they would have fancied. Liverpool looks as if they've nipped in and got him, and that might limit Man United's resolve in the transfer window to sign players. They're going to trigger the contracts of 4 players anyway, 1-year extensions: Marcus Rashford, Luke Shaw, Diego Dalot and Fred as well. I mean, Fred has picked up a bit in the last year or so, hasn't he?
Oh, my gosh.
But no, listen, decent programme of football yesterday. Harry Kane, we should mention him.
I was about to ask you about Harry Kane. Show of strength.
Absolutely. I mean, I was on with Mark Longhurst yesterday. They were 1-0 down. They eventually went 2-0 down against Brentford. And Antonio Conte was shown beforehand, and we were talking about it with yourself and Emily yesterday about how Antonio Conte said Harry Kane will park that penalty miss. He will be able to just hit his straps pretty quickly. And so it proved. He got the goal back with a brilliant header yesterday, an imperious leap in the penalty area. I'd have been proud of that when I was 16 years old and playing football. You know, you'd have been proud as well.
I'd have been
so he nods it in. So he nods it in, and it sparks Tottenham's comeback. And it was an interesting interview afterwards with Pierre-Emile Højbjerg of Tottenham, who plays for France, and he said, goodness me, anyone who wrote off Harry Kane doesn't know the guy, because that's what he's capable of yesterday.
Now, very quickly, can't let you get going without Aidan's brought props, OK? What What really dull artefact have you brought into the studio?
It's not dull at all. Look, QPR were dull yesterday, I have to say. We drew 0-0 at Cardiff. I fell asleep during the game. I had to get some Terry's Matchmakers to keep my eyes open. My brother is obviously thinks I'm a child because he bought me a 3D construction toy of QPR Stadium, which is effectively of Lego, 12 years old plus. I'm a bit older than that. 1,103 pieces. I'm going to try and build it before my next hit, if I possibly can.
Oh, in the studio now?
I'm going to try to, yeah. I'm going to try to, but it's effectively Lego. I'm a bit old for it, but if I get stuck, can I rely on you to maybe give me a hand later on?
Absolutely not.
I won an art trophy when I was a child, so I'm the man to do this job.
You're competing with Tom Harwood for Britain's dullest man. Tom has been tweeting pictures of him doing a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle over the course of the day. Good luck to you, Tom.
I gave a horse racing tip yesterday. He finished 9th out of 9.
OK, well,
Mr McGee, you're off kilter at the moment.
I know. I've got a receipt for my crystal ball, though,
There's someone out there screaming at the TV now going, I put the kids' inheritance on that, Aidan. Anyway, all right. So thank you very much, Aidan McGee, there, our sports fanatic.
Good luck with your puzzle.
Oh, yeah, it's not a puzzle, it's a model.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good luck with your model. Boys and their toys.
OK, all right, there you go. Thank you very much. Aidan McGee there, talking about models, who would have thought it? After the break, we will be taking even a first look at this morning's papers. I'll see you shortly.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back, Breakfast Club. Let's bring you up to date with the stories making the newspapers this morning, shall we? What's going on, Ellie?
Well, the front page of the Daily Mirror has this headline: "She was just so happy." She's referring to the life and shocking death of Elle Edwards, who was shot dead in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A really shocking story, that one.
Absolutely shocking, actually, yeah. And the Daily Telegraph leads with energy companies. An investigation that they've conducted has found almost £2 billion of customers' cash is being hoarded by energy firms.
The Daily Mail reports that the NHS middlemen are apparently charging the National Health Service £1 billion a year in fees for agency staff.
Yes, and the I paper says 2/3 of junior doctors are trying to leave the NHS.
And the Daily Star focuses on the weather in North America. They've gone with the headline, "Blizzard Lizards." Giant American lizards are getting so cold, they are freezing solid and falling out of their trees. All always something different from the Daily Star.
Yes, very different, actually, as if things weren't bad enough for those poor people in America. You've got falling lizards now. But anyway, there you go. OK, so it's time to go through the papers, and this morning we are joined by broadcaster and showbiz journalist Stephanie Tacci and writer and columnist Emma Wolfe as well. Thank you very much, both of you.
Morning.
Morning, all.
Both looking absolutely fabulous, I must say.
Look at you,
Surprised
beautiful.
I'm still surviving after Christmas.
Oh.
Such a slob yesterday.
Oh, that's the best way to be on Boxing Day. Right, let's get into it, shall we? This photo all over the front of the newspapers this morning of Elle Edwards, 26 years old, shot dead on Christmas Eve in her local pub. Emma, it's just such a shocking, horrific story, isn't it?
Yeah, and this story in the Daily Mirror, which I've chosen on page 4 of the Daily Mirror, it's just friends of Elle just talking about the evening, about the Christmas Eve shooting, and just what a shock it's been, and how senseless and how kind of, how it just came out of the blue. She doesn't appear to have been the intended target. There's still a lot of, doubt and sort of uncertainty over exactly what was the motive, what were the reasons for this. Other people were injured also in the shooting.
It's another big incident on Merseyside as well. We've had a couple of really shocking ones in recent times. And Stephanie, it does point, I wonder whether or not, things getting worse. We had, London's obviously renowned for violent crime. The Wild West Midlands, they always seem to score relatively highly when it comes to stabbings, etc. And Liverpool does seem to be, or Merseyside, I should say, does seem to be getting worse again.
It does, and it's, earlier this year we heard of the story of the little girl who was shot. And it's really heartbreaking what's happening in this country in terms of violence, in terms of gun crime, knife crime. It just seems like we're not actually getting a handle of it, and it's just, you're getting these heartbreaking cases of innocent people who do not deserve to die. And it's like, you think, for me, just reading this story, I think she had her whole life ahead of her, and I don't know how people who actually kill people can sleep at night knowing that they've taken an innocent life.
And why people don't turn them in as well is the thing. I mean, I get there's a lot of pressure in gangland, etc., but I mean, look at these pictures all across the front pages today.
But what strikes you, I think, about this story is that could have been anyone. I mean, she was literally in
anyone
the pub
going on Christmas Eve. It's just what you do with your friends.
Normal.
Exactly.
It's a British thing to do, isn't it? To go to the pub. I mean, I was doing exactly that. I think that's really struck me about this story. With her sister and her friends, I was doing exactly the same thing. Just really, really shocking news. And like you said, 4 months on from the death of Olivia Pratt-Corbell, who was killed in her own home. I mean, it would be really interesting to see what the police response to this is, because they will have to step up. Security or have some sort of strong reaction to this.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because you think, what is the solutions to these kind of situations? Because as you say, it can happen at any time, anywhere, and it just, you could just go about your life and just not realise that these kind of situations do happen.
And her poor family as well, I mean, Christmas Eve.
Just to fill you in before we move on to the next story, it says 2 people were last night arrested in connection with the shooting. A 30-year-old man from Tranmere was held on suspicion of murder, etc. So we'll have to all see how this one plays out. Nothing concrete yet.
Yeah. Right, Stephanie, let's have a look at the front page of The Telegraph, shall we? Energy companies hoarding billions of customer cash.
Yes, so The Telegraph have done an investigation with a few energy firms, including OVO, Octopus and this other one, EDF, and they found that they've been holding up to customers' cash up to £2 billion. And so what they've been doing, they've been increasing their direct debits. And so people can be in credit. Like one customer, she paid in advance £2,300, but she was still getting charged extra through her direct debits. So what these companies are doing is they're charging more through direct debits and they're reinvesting that money back into their own business. And I think to myself, this is daylight robbery. We're already finding it quite hard. We're finding it quite hard to pay these energy bills, and knowing that they're capitalising on people who can't even afford these bills, it just doesn't make no sense.
I mean, it's an interesting one, this, because I am all for wealth creation and growth. That's a healthy economy, and I think we should aspire to all of that stuff. I am instinctively against things like a windfall tax. To me, sometimes that seems a little bit unfair. But then I read stories like this, and it becomes, I think for your average man and woman on the street who are struggling at the minute, it becomes harder and harder to justify not doing some form of windfall tax. The headline alone, energy companies hoarding customers' billions.
Yeah. And it's billions that they're making in profits. Like you, I'm ideologically opposed to that kind of, curb on business or sort of tax on profits, tax on motivation and investment and hard work and all of that. But when it's billions, and and I know there are old people in their homes right now in 2022 who are who's too cold, who are literally living in one room in a heated blanket. There's a lady downstairs, and I know that she has spent Christmas wrapped in her heated blanket because she can't put on the heating. And she is 75 years old. And that kind of thing. And yes, something has to be done about these energy firms because, of course, we want investment. Of course, we want growth. And all of that is really, really important for the economy. But we also need to live as human beings.
Yeah, and it feels like we're kind of fighting a losing battle because I know so many of my family friends who are like turning off lights, turning off heaters. So you could be doing all these measures, which is not how we should be living, and still the direct debits are still going up.
They are, and actually, as well, just before we move on to our next story, I thought it was wrong to do a blanket amount of money that people get, right? Because I got that, and I actually, at the time, was just living on my own in a very small flat. I was hardly ever there.
You're always here.
So, actually, really, I'm a very fortunate person in the sense that my energy bills, just by virtue of me not being there, literally, haven't really gone up, right? Yeah, I still got something like 140 quid or whatever it was.
Yeah, and also, but Patrick, also a lot of wealthy middle class or wealthy older people, everybody got that payment, got those emergency payments. Shouldn't they have been targeted to the people that really needed them the most?
Talking of ridiculous payments, the BBC apparently...
Angry. You thought I was angry now. I'm a little bit more angry now.
Go on, run us through why you're enraged.
Well, £7 million. So the Daily Express have been doing this really interesting investigation, which I was actually following, and this mysterious one of their rebranding exercises. And lots of us have quite strong views about the BBC's choices about, budget and budget cuts and what they're paying people and all of that kind of thing. Anyway, the BBC have taken months and months and months to reveal how much this rebranding costs. But, of course, this isn't just a rebranding, waste of money kind of £7 million rebranding. This is licence fee payers' money. This £7 million rebranding, it was a digital rebrand, and it was a move to create a modern BBC. And this is as over 75s are forced to pay for the licence fee, and many regional news outlets recently have been closing.
And I'm sure many of them, if you were to actually ask them, would you prefer a rebrand or would you prefer to keep your local radio station? What they'd say.
Yeah. That money could have kept people in jobs. I do like the BBC and the content that they create, but in terms of their infrastructure, they always fail to read the room in terms when it comes to finances and what their money should be going. How they could spend £7 million on logos, it just doesn't make sense to me.
But also on these logos as well. So you hold it up. £7 million for what appears to be just, I'm not being funny, but if I had a toddler and she came home from kindergarten with, I'm not sure I'd even put it on the fridge.
It does look like something you could just knock out. I could do one for you on the desk right now.
Yeah.
It's just squares. £7 million.
It is just, that's the, I don't think we'd get a job review.
And these logos were rolled out in October 2021, and it's not just with the rebranding, it's the lack of transparency. Like Stephanie, I really respect a lot of the BBC's output and some brilliant journalists, some fantastic presenters, and I work at the BBC a lot.
Yeah.
But I think this kind of thing, when it's taxpayers' money, this isn't just some kind of management consultancy. This is actually taxpayers' money, and this is over 75s. Lots of people I know now are saying, do you know what, I'm not going to pay the licence fee and I'm not going to engage with that kind of content at all.
I feel like they own the public explanation on why this costs £7 million.
Well, they do.
Because it just...
and like you say, the fact that there has to be an investigation into this. This was an FOI investigation that's taken over a year
for these figures to be revealed.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's public money, actually.
Well, it does, and they do have that duty. I get that it's a slightly different thing in a sense, and emotionally maybe, because people see the BBC through their screens. But, if it is public money, then the public have a right to know exactly how and why it was spent. Exactly. Yeah. Moving on, Stephanie?
Yeah, so in front of The Guardian today, they're saying that students are facing the worst housing crisis since the 70s. And at the moment, students are being forced to couch surf with friends, live with parents, or live in unacceptable conditions such as rooms without windows. And this is all because universities are not planning to expand their accommodations, and they're doing more deals with private landlords, which frankly, a lot of students can't afford. And it's a shame because we're always trying to entice people to come study in the UK, but it seems at the moment we don't have the right housing conditions for them. And, you know, with the whole cost of living crisis, students are also being affected. And it's the last thing you need when you're a student. When you're a student, you want to actually enjoy studying and not having to worry about where you're going to be living. And I don't know how this has slipped under the radar for all of these students and universities, and why they're not making a big issue out of it.
I mean, there is just a shortage of housing across the board, isn't there? I mean, it's a huge issue in this country, but, I mean, for students especially, I do feel for them because they're not working.
Yeah.
They are forced into homes a lot of the time that it's not what you or I would want to live in.
No.
My student accommodation was shocking.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, really bad.
Yeah.
My mum sat down and wept on the bed.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But that was, of course, just because the golden boy was moving out.
That's because she was going to miss you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, it's substandard accommodation for students, both in halls and out elsewhere.
And they're in a vulnerable position. If you go to a private landlord and say, look, I've got mould on my walls and whatever, you know, when there's demand, he can say, well, don't worry, I'll just get other people.
Yeah. And where's that money?
No, it's not
coming
just
from?
students, it's a lot of young people who are trying to live and work and keep going.
I think we've got just enough time very quickly for the final one of this round of papers.
Heli days.
And it says Danger Zone Holidays.
Yeah, so if you want to go somewhere really, really crazy in a really dangerous place, then the Daily Star have this is a tour company that's actually based in Wigan, and they can book you to, it's called Lupine Travel, and they can book you to some of the world's most dangerous and interesting destinations, including places like war-torn Syria, Palmyra, North Korea, Chernobyl, really some quite out-of-the-way places.
I'm all up for
At this
it.
time of year,
Yeah.
at this time of the year, all I want to do is be lying on a Caribbean island somewhere. I think people that take off for the sun for a month just have it right. I don't want to go anywhere dangerous. I don't want to go anywhere cold.
I'm the opposite. I think most of these countries which have a bad rep, they had a good country before the war, and there's so many gems there to explore. As long as you're safe, and I think if a travel operator's doing it, why not say yes?
You are a traveller, though, aren't you?
I am.
I am too, but after the year that we've had, I think we all just need to flop into Bahamas somewhere.
Chill.
Yeah.
So I imagine the insurance on North Korea is hefty, but there you go. Right, OK. Well, look, thank you very much, both of you. Good start, a flying start, some would say. Is what time are we on now? 6:48. I think
You're
I need
struggling
glasses.
a bit.
I think I need glasses.
I think you might need to get booked into an optician. 2023.
Absolutely.
Public eye test, maybe. But yes, it is 6:48, Patrick. I'm going to bring you up to date now with the latest news headlines.
OK, right. Well, more serious matters now because two people have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
Teachers' unions have condemned the Scottish Government's decision to delay the rollout of free school meals to all primary school pupils. The union argues that in a cost of living crisis, the food programme is vital to tackle child poverty. It is the second time the programme has been delayed.
The Levelling Up Secretary says opposition to new housing developments could be reduced by focusing on better design. Michael Gove says too many planning applications are indifferent or insipid and suggested that the potential of some public spaces aren't being utilised. He is supporting a call by the think tank Policy Exchange for a new national school of urban design and architecture. Go. Right, so the festive period can be rough for relationships as we battle endless Christmas parties, hosting duties.
Yes, and from family drama to arguing with loved ones, many of us feel the festive stress. But that doesn't mean it should lead to breakdowns in relationships or dredging up past mistakes with family members.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's talk to intuitive psychologist and relationship expert Dr. Cameron Howard to see how to survive the Christmas period with our relationships. intact. And can I just say, you are looking fabulous this morning, and as is the background behind you. This is what we like. People are awake now if they weren't before, let me tell you that much. So, why is Christmas such a rocky time for relationships, do you think?
Because, holiday season comes with high expectation. We expect to look perfect, to decorate the home, to buy a lot of gifts, and probably many of us, we cannot afford them. Or some of us are nostalgic about the past and remember other holiday seasons that were happier. And, holidays, they put a lot of stress on us. And as you know very well, we take the stress on our partners. So statistically speaking, we see that during the holiday season, there are more breaks up and more divorces, more separation than any time of the year. And it shouldn't be this way. So there are things that we can do in order to prevent that from happening.
Are your best tips to reduce arguments over this festive period?
You know what I think? I think the best thing that we should do is acknowledge that during the holiday season, we are very emotional, more emotional than ever. So the first thing that we should do is control your feelings. What happens that in the brain, there are neurons that adapt to emotions. And when you adapt to a negative emotion, you get stuck into that emotion. And we don't want to be stuck in sadness, in fear, in anger, in negativity. So emotions should be seen like visitors. You welcome them and you release them and invite them out of your life. So you want to feel only emotions that are positive. So what you can actually do, take time out to tame your stress. Because if you want to control the holiday season the proper way, you should make sure that your cortisol level, the stress level, is as low as possible. How you can do that is very easy. We heard this a million times. You tell yourself, you use your own affirmation, I'm calm, I'm relaxed, I'm in control, I can handle this. And immediately you feel different and you can manage holidays the right way. As I said, the most important thing is during the holiday season to acknowledge that this is all about family celebration, giving, receiving. And the most beautiful thing about holidays are the fact that if you celebrate it with the right people who will empower you, what happens, the holidays will actually balance the chemistry of the brain, enhance your moods and help you live a healthier and longer life.
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to communication as well, doesn't it? If you have had a tough time getting presents, for example, and that is because you've been working all the hours under the sun or something's happened or you've not been well or all of this, talk about it. Or if you can see that your partner's maybe getting a bit stressed out, maybe just say, what is bothering you today? What can I do to help? As opposed to that passive aggression that can build up and just eat a relationship alive.
You're absolutely right. You said it better than anybody. It's so significant to make sure that you give your partner the benefit of a doubt and you let him win as much as you win yourself any kind of an argument, but in a very smart and in a very positive way, without bickering, without arguing. Stay away from that during the holiday season. So yes, communication is essential and should be the priority during the season.
Focusing a lot here on relationships, so partners, but actually another relationship that is put to the absolute strain during the Christmas period can be siblings, sibling rivals. You're all brought together under one roof. All of that old childhood sibling jealousy rears its ugly head yet again. And that, I think, is a little bit trickier to control than a romantic relationship, is it not?
It is. I should say that you are the psychologist here, not me, because
well, I'm an only child, so I don't know any experience in this. I just get to observe chaos from afar.
The way you put it is just so brilliant. I have to admit that you said it beautifully. So you should make sure during the holiday season that you stay away from toxicity. What happens is that we surround ourselves with the people we should not be surrounded during the holiday season because they open up all kinds of wounds. And stay away from toxicity is essential. And don't surround yourself with people who will make you feel small and insignificant, and they don't allow you to celebrate the proper way.
Well, Carmen, really good to have you on the programme this morning. We all feel like we've been in a bit of family therapy with you. Thank you so much.
I love you guys. You guys are fabulous.
Well, you are fabulous. And you look fabulous as well.
I love you.
Patrick's a big fan.
I am. Massive fan, yes.
Thank you, Carmen. Well, that was brilliant. Really, really good.
I loved that.
We have got in trouble with Calvin Robinson. I just thought I'd share with you. It's not Betwixtmas, he says. It's only the third day of Christmas.
Pulled us up on a technicality.
It's a good point. Some would say it's Betwixtmas, but it's also, if you are religious, the third day of Christmas. Very important to note. Thank you, Calvin. Do let us know what you're up to in this period, whatever you call it. GBNews at GBNews.uk. You're with Breakfast on GB News. Lots still to come.
Indeed. Well, former Prime Minister Theresa May has basically been urging Rishi Sunak not to do too much when it comes to preventing migrants from exploiting their claim to asylum. Should Rishi stick to his plan to solve the migrant crisis in relation to modern slavery laws? That we'll be exploring this in much more detail. But first, it's your weather.
Well, looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking chilly for some through cloud and rain, and it's going to spread eastwards this morning. Let's take a look at the details. Across southwest England, a band of rain and strong winds will bring eastwards this morning with some heavy spells of rain at times. Coastal gales likely for northern Cornwall and Devon. A mostly dry morning for London and the southeast, though there may be an odd shower for English Channel coasts, becoming increasingly cloudy. A band of rain will affect southern Wales through this morning with some heavy bursts at times. Strong winds too, with coastal gales possible. Looking across the Midlands this morning, it will be dry but cloudy in the east. Across the west, a band of rain with some heavy spells and strong winds will push in. A cold start across northeast England this morning ahead of a band of cloud and rain spreading in from the west. Strong winds too, especially to the lee of any high ground. Dry to start across eastern parts of Scotland. A band of rain, some of which will fall as snow at first, will spread in from the west through this morning. A band of rain will clear away to the northeast of Northern Ireland this morning. Through some showers will linger behind. A windy morning too, especially around coasts at first. A band of rain will continue to spread eastwards this afternoon, remaining windy with a risk of coastal gales. And that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own news from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Tuesday, the 27th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Ellie Costello and Patrick Christie's. Here's what's leading the news this morning.
Right, well, Rishi Sunak has been warned by ex-Prime Minister Theresa May not to water down modern slavery laws to make it harder to claim asylum in the UK. But with the number of cross-channel migrants hitting nearly 46,000, should the PM stick to his plan?
Well, it comes as the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, is drawing up tough immigration plans that would target students, making it more difficult for them to bring their other halves.
At least 60 people have now died in the States after a huge snowstorm plunged the country into chaos. Meanwhile, in the UK, the Met Office has issued a stark prediction that we are facing the snowiest January in 12 years.
Plus, on lighter matters, we'll be speaking to showbiz reporter Ellie Phillips. It's going to be an Ellie sandwich for you, Patrick. We're going to get all the latest headlines from the celebrity world.
Yes, indeed. Right, now you can join in on any of our discussions. Email in gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at GBNews.
Lots of you getting in touch on Rishi Sunak's new plans to tackle migration, illegal and legal. Jim says, I'm sure no one in the UK has an issue with anyone that's gone through proper channels to arrive here, but action should be taken against illegal migration. I'm sure lots of people agree with you there, Jim.
Yeah, indeed. And this is kind of, well, it's the big news topic. We'll return to this shortly, but it is about whether or not now the Tories should be focusing a bit more on illegal migration or legal migration. Theresa May, remember her, she's piped up. She said, hey, look, watch out for these modern slavery laws and rowing back on them because it might actually impact the human rights of people. Rishi Sunak clearly wants to press ahead to get what's going on in the Channel sorted. David's been on. David says illegal immigration should be the priority. Control our borders and help legal migrants who will support our economy and society. Yeah, David, I suppose some people might say that, is it a numbers game in general? Do we need a bit more to build our infrastructure? But yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and Richie from Mid-Sussex has been in touch. Good morning to you, Richie. He's saying Sunak should stick to his plan and ignore Theresa May. All these illegal migrants need to be removed from this country.
Taking a hardline approach from Richie.
Hardline approach.
Hardline.
Yeah. Billy says that's exactly what we need. He said the migrant crossings will never be stopped until we have a government with a backbone. So that is our top story this morning. Should Rishi Sunak stick to his migration plan? He wants to tighten modern slavery laws to make it harder for migrants to use them to claim asylum. But as we were just hearing, the former Prime Minister Theresa May has warned him that the UK should not reduce world-leading, she says, protections for victims.
Yeah, 90 people reportedly crossed the English Channel on Christmas Day in 2 boats, bringing the total number to 45,756. So that is a 60% increase on the total from last year. And, of course, it's the highest figure since records began.
Yes, the Prime Minister promised new legislation in the new year to help combat the migrant crisis. And the Times reports that the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has drawn up a plan that would target foreign students, making it harder for them to bring spouses to the UK. So we're asking you this morning, have they got the answer to the migrant crisis? And our next guest will be able to help us with that as well. She's the assistant editor for The Spectator, Cindy Yu. So, Cindy, run us through these plans then. It's a multi-pronged approach, as Patrick put it earlier. It's all to tackle migration, illegal and legal, isn't it?
Yeah, so Rishi Sunak, I mean, first of all, part of the plan is the Rwanda scheme, which just before we went into Christmas was ruled by the High Court to have actually been legal. So next year, the government will be bringing forward steps in order to kind of implement that and make sure that a first plane really actually leaves the tarmac and has that deterrence effect. That will be, I think, the most headline method. The other method is for Rishi Sunak to really actually just tackle the backlog in the asylum processing system. So we've got record high backlogs at the moment. Instead of people getting processed within a year, they're not. And during the process of waiting to hear back from whether or not you get processed, people are essentially in this country, and sometimes they kind of leave the system, as some Albanian criminal gangs do. So that's a massive problem. And also the government is also talking about foreign students and the amount of dependence that they bring. Although I think that one particularly is probably a bit more of a Suella Braverman shiny toy for her to play with, rather than anything that's going to have a huge impact, because actually the numbers we're talking about when it comes to dependence is not very high at all. We're talking about the average foreign student brings about 1.6 dependents. So it really isn't a massive problem that everyone's bringing 5 or 6 children, as it were. This is all the various different ways. But I think, as your viewers have pointed out, there's a massive difference between legal and illegal migration.
Well,
we as a country have to decide what are we okay with.
There is, and the reason why I interrupted Debbie is because that's a vital point. We do hear a lot, don't we, about whether or not we're a racist country and stuff. But, I mean, the distinction is clear amongst, I think, frankly, anyone, but certainly in our viewers and our listeners as well, which is that legal migration, fine, we need it, and everyone's welcoming. Illegal migration, less so. And I think it comes down to maybe costs for taxpayers. I get that Suella Braverman at the minute is, like you said, maybe trying to use a bit of a shiny toy, maybe trying to get the net migration numbers down a bit. All right, fair enough. I think a lot of people would agree with that as well. But actually, is illegal migration the thing that hits the taxpayers in the pocket the most? Because if so, I think people would be rightly wanting that to be sorted out more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be a very interesting thing to have a numbers analysis of. And of course, there are some analyses out there, but it depends on whether or not you really necessarily find them reliable. So I don't have the numbers to hand at the moment. But I think one thing that we could reform the illegal system with is just to allow asylum seekers to get to work a bit sooner. So at the moment, if you're an asylum seeker in the UK, you can't work for the first 12 months that you're here, which means that you are, by definition, taking from the taxpayer. We've got Afghan refugees who have been here since the fall of the Afghan government, the Taliban takeover, who are still living in hotels at taxpayer expense because they are not able to rent places for themselves. They're not able to find places to work. Whereas for the Ukrainian refugees we've brought in, we have allowed them to find work. So I think that is actually shooting ourselves in the foot. Why don't we shorten that amount of time where people need to qualified to work, and actually then they can bring in some of their own income, put back into the taxpayer rather than just taking it out. So I think there are ways of that I haven't really heard the government talking about.
Court ruled that the Rwanda plan was lawful. How likely do you think it is that we could actually see planes take off to Rwanda in 2023? Do you think it will go ahead, or do you think there'll be more legal challenges?
I think it could go either way at the moment, to be honest. I mean, just this High Court ruling will be appealed by the lawyers involved on the other side. So I suspect this will be taken to the Supreme Court. And then, it really depends on what the Supreme Court says. And bear in mind that last time, when there was literally a plane on the tarmac with people to be taken to Rwanda, it was stopped at the very last minute through various legal challenges. So I really think it could go either way right now. It would depend as well on the government's relationship with the European Bill of Human Rights, all of these sorts of things. But I think if Rishi Sunak doesn't have a plane taking off, given that he has committed to this policy that he inherited from Boris Johnson, it will be embarrassing. And it will show...
Well, absolutely, and clearing the asylum backlog. He set himself some big targets. I know Nigel Farage, our very own, was very keen on the idea that, don't worry, he'll invent some kind of other crisis, or he'll just do an even bigger announcement, like someone desperately trying to cling on to a loveless relationship. I'll promise you the earth a bit later on, and maybe try to move the goalpost on it. But
that doesn't sound like politicians at all, Patrick.
No, call me a cynic. But there we go. Anyway, look, Cindy, thank you very, very much. Always a pleasure. And maybe see you a little bit later on as well. Cindy, you there, The Spectator, whizzing you through the very latest when it comes to what's been going on with immigration. A lot to unpack there. The Tories clearly trying to tackle both legal and illegal.
Yes, so do let us know what you think about that. It gets lots of you speaking this morning. GBNews at GBNews.uk.
Theresa May not popular in the inbox.
She's not.
Just saying.
No. Well, she's trying to protect her legacy, isn't she? She's trying to look after herself, some may say. GBNews at GBNews.uk. Now, this is one of the stories that has really shocked us this morning, looking at those pictures, hasn't it? The worst Arctic blizzard in 45 years has hit the US and Canada. Look at these pictures here if you're watching on TV. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has said that the winter storm is like going into a war zone as the death toll in New York State rises to 28. At least 60 people have died now in total.
Goodness me. Well, some weather forecasters predict that Britain could see its snowiest January in 12 years. The Met Office is playing down reports that this Arctic blast is going to bring heavy snow to the UK. So a mixed bag from meteorologists there, I would say.
So is severe weather coming our way, and what exactly is going on in the US and Canada? Well, here to discuss this weather is the journalist Nathan Rowell. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, Merry Betwixtmas.
Yeah, Betwixtmas.
Sorry, Calvin.
Or the third day of Christmas.
Like that.
Well, yeah, either way. Both work, I think.
Yes.
What are we calling it here? What are you going with?
I'm going to go with Betwixtmas because you're closest to me, and I don't want to. I'd rather annoy Calvin. Sorry, Calvin, than you, because you're right here. But anyway.
It could be both. It could be both. Nathan, what is going on in the US and Canada? It's really awful footage.
It is the worst winter storm apparently they have had. It's a once-in-a-generation storm. And what has happened is the polar vortex, which is the pool of cold air over the Arctic, has swooped down over the United States, brought very, very, very cold temperatures. I've had minus 40.
Wow.
Hell has frozen over. There's a town in Michigan called Hell, and it has frozen over.
Quite literally.
Quite literally. Lizards are raining from the sky because the wildlife is freezing on the trees. It is a very, very severe winter snap that they have got. And they've also got very, very heavy snow. And you'll have heard the term probably snow bomb or bomb cyclone.
We had that, yeah.
We did. I mean, I wondered as well, because very, very often, I mean, I used to work at the Express, wonderful newspaper, but we did used to quite often slap weather stuff on the front page under the title of things like weather bomb and all this stuff. Well, now it's actually happened, right? And I think we can see what one genuinely looks like. Not to diminish what's going on in the States. Fascinating pictures there, by the way. Keep them coming, because it is just remarkable to see. It looks like something out of a disaster film. But to localise it a little bit here, are we going to have a very, very snowy January?
This is something that you'll always hear me say, 5 to 10 days is the only real time frame that you can say with any certainty what is happening.
Right.
Now, this coldest January story was actually broken on the GBNews website a couple of weeks ago. That is one report of an independent forecaster who says there's a suggestion that we could get some very cold weather in January due to a possible sudden stratospheric warming, which is where the polar vortex again warms and collapses and falls down, similar to what we saw in 2018 with the beast from the east. But that is one report. Now, the Met Office's longer-term report says something completely different. The Met Office says we're more likely to get milder, more unsettled weather, rain, switching between mild and cold. And if you look at independent forecasters across the board, they're all sort of watching this to see what's going to happen, because it's so uncertain. So there's suggestions of that, but I wouldn't like to put my life savings on it just yet.
No.
What worries me about this country, though, is we just cannot cope, can we? I mean, we're seeing the scenes there in the US, and you cannot imagine how we would cope with that here. I mean, what did we have a couple of weeks ago? We had not very much, but it felt like, where it did snow, ground to a halt.
Well, I was actually sat here 12 days ago, and it was absolute chaos because there was snow outside. And not only that, we were sitting here talking about the prospects of a white Christmas because it was so cold, and all the weather reports saying it was going to be cold, and everything looked like it was going to do. And just like that, it turned mild in times of Christmas. So not only are we not prepared, we just have such difficulty predicting our weather because it changes on a hairpin, just like that.
No, indeed, and Ellie's absolutely spot on there about, the idea that we just cannot handle any bad weather whatsoever in this country. And
I just don't think we're used to it yet. We should start getting used to it because we are seeing more severe weather. If you remember during the summer, we saw 40 degrees, which was the hottest temperature we've ever had in the UK, and the roads melted and the train lines buckled. We couldn't cope with that either.
And how long will the situation in the US and Canada last for? Because that is really quite distressing.
It is. Now, the National Weather Service in the United States says that it's going to improve in the run-up to New Year, and there will be a thaw. But with the thaw, all that snow thawing, if you can see all that snow is going to thaw, they're possibly looking at flooding, which is another problem. So the cold weather should abate within the coming days, but then it's going to be more stormy coming in from the west of the United States.
That in itself, though, I'm just going to describe some of these images if you're listening on radio, but there was a house earlier on, might be that one actually, which I think is next to the sea. So clearly it's been getting battered, one would imagine, high winds blowing that spray in from the sea and just cakes. I mean, it looks like something, if it wasn't, it looks like a melted candle, actually, doesn't it?
It does, It looks, but like you said, it looks like a disaster film. Why is the state of New York being affected just so badly?
It's simply because we've had the very, very cold air come down from the pole. Now, New York is close to the American lakes. There are some big lakes in New York, and I went close to New York. Now, when bodies of cold air move over lakes, water is always slightly warmer and more moist. So the water warms the air, it rises, it condenses, the clouds move over onto land, and it falls as heavy, heavy snow. It's called the lake effect. And we see this a lot in the United States, not so much in the United Kingdom. And that's what they're getting in New York.
And thank you for very gently exposing my lack of US geographical knowledge there. I was going, it's blowing in from the sea, and you quite expertly called it the lake effect. And that's why you earn the big bucks, mate. Well done. All right.
Nathan, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
To have you in the studio with us.
There you go. Right. OK, so it is 7:15. Let's bring you up to date with the latest news headlines, shall we?
Yes, and 2 people have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
Yeah, well, as we've just been discussing, at least 60 people have sadly died in an Arctic storm, which brought blizzard conditions and freezing temperatures right across the US and Canada. Some fatalities were found in snowbanks and in their cars. Snow is expected to continue to fall on top of the more than 4 feet that's already been falling since Friday. Go on.
A yellow weather warning is in place for the north and east of Scotland. The Met Office says snowy and icy conditions could last until 10 p.m. this evening. Travel disruption is possible because wintry showers are causing patchy ice, mainly on higher routes. Traffic Scotland says gritters are out and motorists should plan ahead. Those cows were cute, weren't they?
I was just thinking that. I was thinking, you know, is it because obviously there was a massive contrast, by the way, wasn't it? I'm sure the people of North and was it East Scotland as well, anyway, are suffering with the weather. But what a contrast between the weather there and what we're seeing in America. Goodness gracious
You've got cute Highland cows.
Yeah.
They've got lizards falling from the trees.
That's true. By the way, that is just... Can you imagine thinking that, right, OK, I've been battening down the hatches for days now. I've not been... I'm going to venture out to the shops and you get struck by a falling lizard. I'd be straight back inside.
It's just awful, isn't it? I mean, on a very serious note, those pictures are just horrific. 4 feet of snow.
Unbelievable.
More to come. I mean, and right between Christmas and New Year. I mean, tough. But hopefully a thaw coming, as we just heard from Nathan Rowe, and going to be cold for us as well.
It is, indeed. Yes, it is. I was quite looking forward to a bit of snow in January. But anyway, there you go. Right, I think we're going into our inbox now, are we? GBNews at gbnews.uk. And Jim has been on. Jim says, I'm sure no one in the UK has an issue with anyone that has been through the proper channels. Yeah, yes, bit of context here. So we were discussing at the top about the Conservative Party and their response to both legal and illegal migration. Theresa May this morning is in the papers because she has piped up former Home Secretary, former Prime Minister, urging Rishi Sunak to be very careful with what he does about the modern slavery laws potentially being abused by some people coming over the channel, saying they were trafficked. Theresa May, of course, part of her legacy is the modern slavery laws. So she's being quite protective over that. But yes, Jim says that people don't have an issue with people coming here through the proper channels, but action must be taken against illegal immigration.
Yep, and David agrees. He says illegal immigration should be the priority.
Yeah, Billy says the migrant crossings will never be stopped until we have a government with a backbone. Inclined to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, and Richie says Sunak should stick to his plan and ignore Theresa May.
Yes.
Do keep those coming in. I think there's...
Not a huge amount of love for Theresa May in the inbox, it must be said, but there you go. Just some of those ones there were broadcastable.
I've got a few tweets as well that are coming through. Kirsty, we're talking about this time betwixtmas, or the third day of Christmas, however you'd like to call it. Calvin Robinson is watching. Kirsty says, over time of celebration, I avoid people who I'd not normally interact with, but if I can't do that, I'll always have someone with me as a buffer, because it is a very emotional time, isn't it, between Christmas and New Year.
It is.
Prime time for family arguments, sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the parents?
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. It is a very emotional time. And yesterday, I was driving back from Manchester down here, and I was driving and I was trying to figure out, you know, sometimes you're trying to figure out, like, why am I a bit down, and there's no obvious reason. And actually, it's I think it's just because you realise that maybe the main bulk of the Christmas time is over. You open your presents, you've seen your family, hopefully, if you've been able to do it. And there's a little thing subconsciously that goes off in your head that's like, it's the end of that now.
That Christmas blues, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing.
Maybe that is.
Yeah, I feel a little bit like that. I hosted yesterday. I didn't do a very good job because I was just so tired.
What was on the menu?
I did a cheese board, some meats.
Nice.
And sausage rolls, and what else? There's loads. And then I did like a fruit platter with some chocolate and a cheesecake.
I take it there are no leftovers because none of it's made its way into the office this morning.
We didn't eat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. Are you in tomorrow? You're always in.
It can be for a cheese board, yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring in the leftovers. I gave quite a lot to my mother, actually. Jane's been in touch as well, and she says she's looking forward to seeing you later as well, Patrick, because he's here this afternoon as well.
Yeah.
And she says, by the way, I've got you something extra special for your birthday, which I know you will love. Spare by Prince Harry.
Well, if it gets cold,
yes.
I could do with some firewood.
She says, you will be asleep in no time.
There you go.
Yes.
Right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for getting in touch. And thank you,
Jane.
Jane. I won't forget that. I'm going to hold you to that, Jane. Thank you very much. Right, well, moving on now, because every festive period, hundreds of dogs across the country are rescued from abandonment and taken into animal shelters. With the increases in the cost of living, though, this year will be no different.
Yes, dog homes across the country are warning of an increase in abandoned pets. We sent our West Midlands reporter Jack Carson to Birmingham Dogs Home to find out how they're giving man's best friend a second chance.
A dog is for life, not just for Christmas. The phrase coined by the charity Dogs Trust remains as true as ever, 40 years later. Every Christmas, the RSPCA estimate 4,000 animals are dumped in England and Wales. When they're found, many are brought to charities like Birmingham Dogs Home and their Sunnyside Centre in Wolverhampton. Centre manager Karen Doy says the number of dogs brought here is up on last year.
The dog wardens are bringing the dogs in daily. This particular centre has 5 local authorities, and I think there's 9 altogether between the 2 sites, as and Birmingham at Solihull. So we do get a lot of dogs in. We're up this year, there's 250 dogs have come in to date, more this year than last year. So we are extremely pushed for space. We're getting inquiries daily about people asking if we can help take their dogs in. They can't afford them any longer.
The charity has existed in the Midlands for more than 130 years. But in the middle of a cost of living crisis, keeping a place like this open has been made more difficult over the past year, as head of fundraising Fee Harrison explains.
So we have 4 kennels, which means that we have more mouths to feed, more vet bills, more kennels to keep warm. So our fundraising appeal for Christmas is more important than ever. We have lots of support from local businesses, which is great. So people are bringing down donations of food and biscuits and toys, which is fabulous. We've also got an appeal on our website where people can go on there and they can donate online. They can donate in memory of people and in memory of their dogs. So we're trying to be creative and do as many things as we can just to keep that support coming in.
It's not just donations that this centre needs. For dogs, this place is full, and so they need people to come and adopt dogs, like Timothy. And dogs to adopt come in all shapes and sizes. This is Donald. He's a 9-month-old American Bulldog cross and arrived at the centre in October, but unfortunately upon his arrival, he had to have surgery.
He came into us in October. He had unfortunately got a damaged left hind leg, so we sent him for x-rays straight away. Unfortunately, it did turn out that he did have an untreated injury to his leg. He had both damaged his stifle, his pelvis and his femur. So we sent him to have an amputation because that was the only thing we could do to make him comfortable. He is definitely not dampened his spirits, and he's a really happy little chap, loving life still, so that's nice.
Without Birmingham Dogs Home, Donald would not be the bouncy 9-month-year-old pup he is today. This Christmas and New Year, when the calls come in from people who can no longer look after their canine companion, charities like this across the country will be there to love and look after them until they can hopefully find their forever home. Jack Carson, GB News.
Jack, that was brilliant, but I can't keep doing these things about dogs. I'm going to end up rehoming them all.
Oh, what? You love dogs?
I just can't keep looking at dogs in shelters and not going to one and picking one up. Do you reckon we could have a studio dog?
We should. That's a great idea.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be. I'd have to bring it into the studio. I'm here a lot of the time. I couldn't have it at home.
You could do that.
Studio dog, GB dog. There you go.
I think it's a very good idea. We'll head down there. Thank you, Jack, for bringing us that report. Now, stay with us, because after the break, showbiz reporter Ellie Phillips will be joining us to bring you all the latest celebrity gossip. That's after this.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It is 26 minutes past 7, and this is the wrong way round. Still lots to come on today's programme.
Right, well, Christmas is a time of year that we all indulge in food, and some of us indulge in alcohol, but are you beginning to get fed up of it? At 7:45, we'll be joined by Don McGregor, who's been sober for 6 years, and he'll be telling us how to approach the new year alcohol-free.
Yes. At the top of the hour, we'll be returning to our main story this morning, and that's the challenge to Rishi Sunak's migrant plans from former Prime Minister Theresa May. Remember her? Well, can the Prime Minister go on the course as the total number of migrants crossing the Channel pushes 46,000 this year?
Well, get in touch all the usual ways. Email us gbviews@gbnews.uk. We want to know what you're doing this Betwixtmas?
Yes.
Betwixtmas, the squidgy little period between now and the new year. Tweet us as well at GB News. We do want to hear from you.
And just before the break, we shared a report from Jack Carson about a dog rehoming centre in Birmingham. And Joe's just been in touch on Twitter saying, thank you for highlighting the struggle of rescue centres. So many dogs need help. I always have a rescue dog, she says, and they make the best companions.
They do. I find as well, whenever I've had dogs in the past, look, pedigrees, they're great. They're lovely. Designer dogs, not against a designer dog. But if you go to a dog's home, they're a bit cheaper. And also as well, you do really feel as though maybe you're saving a life. And, a bit morbid this, but sometimes I think they live longer.
Do you think?
Well, this is anecdotal, but yeah, I think so.
Based on your experience.
Get a little mutt, you know, and
they can handle anything.
World.
They can handle anything. I also think, and again, this is just from my experience, I feel like they know that you've rescued them, and they're very grateful.
Yeah.
From the rescue dogs that I know, they're just the loveliest dogs. I think they know.
Whereas you contrast that with my hamster, who has no idea that I've rescued her from a life at Pets at Home, and bit me the other day. But there we go. Yeah, Sheila. Oh.
Sheila the hamster.
Sheila the hamster. Anyway,
Very,
we're
very
moving
cute.
on.
But anyway,
quickly.
keep those coming in. GBViews at gbnews.uk on any of the stories that we're talking about today. But as we approach the end of 2022, it's often a time for reflection. And it's been a memorable year, as ever, in showbiz.
It has indeed. From the Amber Heard to Johnny Depp courtroom drama, the infamous Oscar slap, Matt Hancock appearing on I'm a Celebrity, and Spitgate.
What was Spitgate?
I think I know, but I'll tease it. Yeah. What have been your standout moments?
There's been lots of them, hasn't there? Well, Ellie Phillips joins us now to give us her roundup. Ellie, hi. We're in a Ellie sandwich.
Hi.
Oh, my God, yes.
I like your hat.
Thanks, babe. You've got to add a bit of sparkle this time of year.
You always do, Joel. You always bring the sparkle. So tell us then, what have the highlights been for you, the showbiz highlights of 2022?
Well, I am a Scouser, so I can't not mention Wagatha Christie. So obviously the Wagatha Christie trial took place this year. It was a 9-day hearing back in May. This is when Rebecca Vardy took Colleen Rooney to court for libel. And then at the end of July, Rebecca Vardy was declared the loser of the case that she brought and which cost millions. Ellie, I know that you were there. You covered the whole thing for GB News. So just to take viewers back to where it all began, it actually started way before this year, back on the 9th of October 2019, which we like to refer to as Wagatha Christie Day. And that's when Colleen Rooney took to social media to allege that stories about her in the press, specifically The Sun, had been leaked and originated from Rebecca Vardy's Instagram account. It was ... It's Rebecca Vardy's account, this infamous post that she did. And she said specifically 3 stories have been shared with The Sun. One about her travelling to Mexico to find out about gender selection, one about returning to television, and one about the basement flooding in her new mansion in Cheshire. And Colleen had said that she'd basically posted these stories to her private Instagram account, which only has about 100, 200 people following her on that. And she shared these fake stories with the intention of weeding out the person who was selling these stories to the press in this really clever sting operation, which is where Wagatha Christie came from. Rebecca instantly denied all the allegations and then decided to sue Colleen for libel in a really weird twist to all of it. Just ahead of the trial, in an unexpected U-turn, Rebecca Vardy blamed her former agent, Caroline Watt, for leaking the stories and said that she's the one that had access to the Instagram account. We all heard about how Caroline Watt's phone mysteriously disappeared over the side of a boat just ahead of the trial. And essentially in the judgment at the end of July, it was said that swathes of Rebecca's evidence given under oath, may I add, had been manifestly inconsistent, not credible, and needed to be treated with very considerable caution. And essentially she lost and then had to pay Colleen Rooney's legal fees at the end of it. And this is something that I think the most crazy thing about all of this is that it was Rebecca Vardy that took Colleen to trial and came out of it really, really badly. And Colleen was definitely declared the winner. So for me, that's one of my top stories.
Yeah, 100%.
Another one.
Well, just quickly before we move on, but can I just say, from the male, but I'm outnumbered here, right? From the male perspective, I think sitting in that courtroom with the 2 wives going at it, between Wayne Rooney and Jamie Vardy, just God.
Oh, it was so awkward.
I wish they'd just settle this.
Unbelievable. But
that
wasn't the only...
I'm so jealous that you got to be there, Ellie. Unbelievably jealous that you got to sit through that.
Ellie, you couldn't believe the scenes in front of you as the judge trying to understand what an Instagram story was, what a wag was. It was just what emojis were. It was just unbelievable. And it's something that gripped the nation, as well as you always tell us, Ellie, about the latest dramas and films and series that are coming out on that drama. It's definitely a big one from 2022. We need to talk about Matt Hancock, I think. Yeah. He's a standout character in 2022. Tell us about him in I'm a Celebrity.
Yes, so Matt Hancock was a great booking for I'm a Celebrity because he's just such a controversial figure after everything that happened during the pandemic, the decisions that he made, him getting caught having an affair with one of his assistants in Parliament. And so when they booked him, he was a sitting MP, they booked him to appear on I'm a Celebrity. People thought that he was going to get voted out straight away. He did actually make history for being the celebrity having done the most trials ever. So, he did get voted to do a lot of that. I think people wanted to see him punished in a way, suffer, but he didn't really suffer, which was so annoying because he went through all of these trials, eating challenges, being submerged in water and surrounded by all of these creatures, and he just did them and got on with them. And the most surprising thing of all is he actually came third in the series, which was just shocking to everyone with the other people that were in there with him. He beat Chris Moyles and loads of other massive stars to come third, done really well out of it. And now he said that he's stepping down from politics and we're waiting to see where his career will go, what he's going to do. He no longer wants to be an MP, but maybe he wants to live some kind of celebrity life. It's all been baffling and surprised a lot of people because he was such a controversial figure going in there. So many people died during the pandemic. He let people go back into care homes straight from hospital, which resulted in thousands of deaths. And people were really just devastated by the decisions that he made. But actually, somehow, he managed to spin this during I'm a Celebrity and come out of it. I wouldn't say vindicated for what he did, but seen in a different light.
Yeah, the reason why I think he did manage to spin it for a lot of people is actually because, begrudgingly, I have to admit this, Matt Hancock is a very intelligent man, right? And he is. He's got that kind of Machiavellian political intelligence about him. And he is able to actually do things like that. There was a really fascinating clip I actually saw on Christmas Day. I started watching my family. It was a highlight reel, if you want to call it low-light reel, some would call it, but a highlight reel of I'm a Celeb. And Matt Hancock getting a bit of grief in the camp and just managing to turn it round and ultimately saying, I think what I'm after is a bit of forgiveness. And the next shot was him getting hugged by campmates. And I thought, and actually, look, it must have worked because people were voting for him to stay in even after the trials had all stopped, hadn't they, really? All the nasty ones, really. So, yeah, well done, Matt, in a way. It pains me to say it, but yeah.
Well, Ellie, that was a really, really good roundup. Thank you so much for bringing that to us in your lovely sparkly hat for us. A star of the show.
You are the star of the show.
She is. Stay with us, because after the break, we're going to be discussing and debating the big stories in today's papers with our panel of guests. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, We're
on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Now, it's time to go through the papers this morning. We are joined by broadcaster and showbiz journalist Stephanie Tetchy and writer and columnist Emma Wolfe.
Good morning to you both.
Morning. Morning.
Did you have a lovely Boxing Day, Christmas Day?
Yeah.
working.
I was a total slob yesterday, just working through the different TV channels, seeing what was on.
Obviously, GB News is what you decided to stay with.
Watching you, Ellie, and Emma Carver.
And Patrick, who also lives here at the moment. Emma, should we start with you? And on the Times, rail travel chaos.
Yeah, avoid trains for 2 weeks, passengers are being warned. So if we just needed anything to lift our spirits, you know, road chaos, no nurses, no ambulances, strikes everywhere, everything falling apart, rubbish piling up in the streets too, I noticed this morning. Anyway, passengers have been advised to avoid basically all trains, trying to get to their mum and dad's, trying to get back from family holidays, anything. Avoid that until January the 9th. So there were no trains at all before Christmas. Then on Boxing Day again,
that's just
hit by strikes. Everything's being affected anyway by this sort of Christmas shutdown. And people can't get anywhere. People are really struggling to get around, just get around the country.
Well, supposedly, we might be out about having one of those weather bombs or whatever in mid-January as well. And I think, Stephanie, when you add all of this up, I mean, we're going to end up sitting here reporting on a story at some point towards early Feb about the massive economic cost of all of these strikes and the weather lockdown, which we'll inevitably have when it snows as well. And we're going to be skinned.
We're just regressing as a society. I just think to myself, this country is falling apart in so many sectors. The health sector, the rail sector, jobs, cost of living crisis. And I just think, actually, we're starting 2023 not on an optimistic note at all. And I don't see how any of this stuff is going to be resolved anytime soon, because the talks keep on falling down, which means the economy is losing more money, commuters can't get to work.
Maybe it's the time, though, for us to... We've hit our rock bottom.
I know, that's what I keep feeling, Patrick, that somehow we really are, this country does feel kind of broken at the moment. And really, things can only get better because they can't get much worse, I hope. I mean, like you say, the government are in a position, they've sort of retrenched themselves into this position where they will not talk about money with any strike. And, you know, fair play to them. You can't just give everybody these, 15, 19% pay rises. I get that. The economy is broken. But where do we go from here? The only good thing is that we're at the sort of darkest point. You know, we've just passed the winter solstice. We're at the darkest point. We are heading towards spring. Things are going to... A bit more light. Every day there's a bit more light. 50 at the moment it's 3:56 is when things start to get dark. I'm actually watching every afternoon that there's a little bit more daylight every day, because right now a lot of people I know are really low. Everyone's got the flu. Everyone just feels a bit kind of hopeless about the UK at the moment.
Well, let's just hope that people get around the table and some agreements are made.
I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. My lucky number is 5 in 2023. You can make a 5 out of that, the 2 and the 3.
OK, I feel like that might be a bit of a push, but...
I do.
When we start talking about lucky numbers, I think we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
We'll see who's laughing. We'll see who's hopefully all of us.
We need a bit of your optimism.
Positivity.
Anyway. And there was some optimism in the King's speech, wasn't there, on Christmas Day? The most watched TV segment of the day, Stephanie.
King Charles was the king of festive TV. Over the weekend, we were talking about all the programmes that are available, but it seems that King Charles strikes a real chord with people at home, because he managed to draw 10.6 million viewers to watch his speech, which is the biggest viewing viewers for the annual royal broadcast for at least 20 years. And I watched a speech, and I really think King Charles got it right. You know, he really, he was really in tune with what the nation's going with, the problems we're going through in terms of struggling with, cost of living crisis and just the anxiety people are feeling. And it felt nice to watch that emotional side of King Charles, because, the royals have always been known for having this stiff upper lip, but actually, no, I think he's, continued good work from his mother, and he's really connecting with the nation. But I do think most people watched in to see if he was going to mention Harry and Meghan, which he didn't. He was quite calm on that one. So.
Do you think that was a wise decision by him?
Yeah, I think he doesn't need to rise to the bait. I think the royal family have had a lot of issues this year, and I think, he has to stick to the job at hand, and he can deal with all those controversial problems either behind closed doors with Harry and Meghan, or when he feels like the time is right and Christmas is not the time. Or not at all. I think the Buckingham Palace have taken the line that actually they're not going to respond. They're certainly not going to respond publicly. I mean, you're the showbiz supremo, so I would
absolutely defer to you on this, but I think that King Charles has managed the transition really well. Really difficult year. Obviously, the death of the Queen, who everyone adored. Then Harry and Meghan, Prince Andrew, a lot of things to cope with in his sort of in-tray. And I think you're right. There was compassion, there was kind of empathy from the King about the cost of living without being too political. But also, it's really difficult when you're obviously a millionaire. You're obviously living in palaces with opulence and wealth and all of that. It is hard to connect with real people when the country's as broken as our country is. And I think he managed that. I think standing in St George's Chapel was
and that's the key point, the standing, is what I was about to say. I actually thought it was a really useful device, actually, because he stood up and it was almost like he was right in front of you, and he had the odd head inflection.
He's quite good as a public speaker. I mean, obviously he's given a million public speeches over the years, but he wasn't bad, was he? He was quite good on screen, I thought. I thought he'd be stiff, and he wasn't.
What did you think about his mention of key workers? Because that was a big conversation, wasn't it? It was whether he was showing solidarity for those working in the NHS, or was it political? Was he saying, look, these people do hard work and they deserve a pay rise?
No.
With everything going on.
But over the years, even though the monarch has to be impartial and apolitical, over the years, the Queen has referenced what's going on in the country, and I think it was absolutely right. It would have been very odd not to talk about that. He didn't go into, like, the rights and wrongs of pay demands or strikes, but he referenced the fact that a lot of people are struggling at the moment.
Well, I think that's why I'm kind of really supportive of King Charles's monarchy, because I think he doesn't want to sweep issues underneath the carpet anymore. He's still maintaining that impartiality, but he's not going to act like issues that have been controversial in the past doesn't exist.
I think recently, and just in the last couple of weeks, really, or few weeks, there's been a huge amount of issues that the royal family have had to deal with. We've had the Harry and Meghan palaver, we had the Ngozi Fulani issue as well, lots of controversy, non-stop controversy, and some people would say as well, that was more showbiz, less royal, a lot of that was. And actually now, I just feel like maybe King Charles just restored a bit of order with that King's speech.
I think so.
But, Emma...
But the bombshell, the memoir, watch this space for January.
January 10th.
Because that's going to be the biggie.
Can they?
Now, Emma, don't shoot the messenger, but I have it here in front of me that you want to talk to me about booty.
I love this. I thought you'd pick up on that. Of course I want to talk to you about booty. Line of booty, that was the headline. I couldn't resist. Shoppers queue early for the best deals. This is those mad people that get up, and I see them every year. I don't see them, 5 in the morning, they're outside, they're queuing. I'm sure everyone will say, you shouldn't say that. Queuing outside the big department stores in Manchester, Birmingham, London, all over the country, 5 a.m. on Boxing Day morning. For the Boxing Day sales.
And are there actual genuine bargains?
Are there actual genuine bargains that you could get, like, when they open their doors at, I don't know, 6 or 7, that you couldn't get later in the day? When I've ever gone to the Boxing Day sales, you always end up with sort of just a mass of stuff and people hauling at stuff, and I just...
Well, having said that, actually, I missed out yesterday, because I'm with you on this. I think, if you're in the queue at 5 o'clock, it's a bit sad, really, I think. So I had things in my basket, so having said that, I had actually...
Online?
So I had everything in my basket ready to go, and I was like, I'll just do it at some point on Boxing Day, maybe the taxi home or something. And then I went to my basket, everything had sold out.
Oh, I see.
And it reduced in price by £100.
Because I've got things in my basket and I'm hoping to check back in and see that they've all halved in price.
They might all be gone.
Oh, dear.
So, I learned a lesson. I should have been that.
Well, at least we weren't in a tent on Oxford Street waiting at 5 in the morning. But on a more serious note, retailers are sort of feeling, relieved because they've had a couple of years of pandemic, really depressed retail sales. And this is going to help. I don't think sales have recovered to sort of pre-pandemic levels. People are still doing online shopping and things like that, but retailers do need to shift stuff, a lot of stuff. And obviously people are, good weather, rail chaos, people have got a lot of pent-up demand to get out there and shop.
Absolutely. Stephanie, if it's all right, we've not got long left. I'm just going to skip the other one about Boxing Day sales and go straight into your one here about the COVID data acts.
This might be some good news for some. So the UK Health Security Agency have said they will stop publishing the modelling data on coronavirus from early January. So this was the data figures that were being published weekly about the reproductive rate, which was how the transmissions were going between people during the COVID pandemic. And I think this is such a good sign that we're actually finally putting COVID to bed, because I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, I was so obsessed with all these data figures, and it was actually getting me quite frightened, because I was like, oh, the rate of transmission has gone up. But now it feels like we've actually reached this point where we're now finally living with COVID, and hopefully now the data can, you know, be beyond the problematic stage.
I think lots of people will be very glad to see the back of that R rate. I think Simon Calder was telling me yesterday it's not an R number, it's a rate or a value, something. But yes, lots of people will be very pleased.
I'm just glad we don't have those slideshows anymore.
Next slide,
please.
Yeah. We're very triggered by it, aren't we? All these things.
Absolutely.
You forget happen, but the R rate being one of them. Emma, Stephanie, we're out of time, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
That was fabulous. Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Right, it's time for us to bring you up to date now with some more of the latest headlines.
Yes, 2 people have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
At least 60 people are believed to have died in an Arctic storm which brought blizzard conditions and freezing temperatures across the US and Canada. Some fatalities were found in snowbanks and in their cars. Snow is expected to continue to fall on top of the more than 4 feet that's already been falling since Friday.
Teachers' unions have condemned the Scottish Government's decision to delay the rollout of free school meals to all primary school pupils. The union argues that in a cost of living crisis, the food programme is vital to tackle child poverty. It's the second time the programme has been delayed.
Well, the Christmas season is full of celebrations and get-togethers, with a huge number of them, including plenty of booze.
Yes, but with dry January just around the corner, are we finally getting tired of getting tipsy? Well, we're joined now by Dom McGregor, who is 6 years sober and the co-founder of The Social Chain, to talk to us about what it means to go teetotal. So good morning to you, Dom, and thank you so much for joining us. Hope you had a lovely Christmas. But a sober Christmas
Hope you did as well.
for you. What's it like to be teetotal at Christmas?
At Christmas, I mean, in general, at sobriety, it's never easy. So it's not like Christmas makes it any easier when you've got more social occasions, Christmas office parties, you know, reunions, and you're kind of in situations which centre on alcohol. So it becomes more difficult for a lot of people who are especially kind of in their early stages of sobriety. But for me, you know, I always kind of say sobriety is a real superpower. It gives you energy, it gives you kind of happiness, and kind of gets rid of all those kind of anxieties that you might have. So Christmas is definitely a difficult period because you catch up with old friends, you're seeing family you might not see often. And, you know, people say, do you want a drink? And they put a drink right in front of you. And they kind of press you a little bit to say, go on, just have one. Or go on, it's Christmas at this time of year. So it becomes much harder this time of year.
And Dom, as well, one thing that I find remarkable is that when you say, oh, no, I'm not drinking, people always go, oh, why? Why are you not drinking? What's going on? As if they really want to drill down. You don't get that with anything else. They just go, it's like, no, I don't want a sandwich. All right, fine, yeah. And I do find that fascinating. It can be tricky. But is it important, Dom, do you think, to maybe have a bit of a support network, maybe people you can call if you're feeling a bit, you know, ropey or on the edge, or that you might, you know, slip back into booze or something like that?
Yeah, you're completely right. Alcohol is the only drug you have to justify that you don't take. Like you said, with sandwiches or even with smoking. If I told you I didn't smoke, you're not going to try and put a cigarette in front of me. I think with alcohol and any addiction, it's really important to have people around you. I think one of the big things people can do around helping to themselves drink less is to be honest with people. You know, if you walk into a room of people and your family and say, this Christmas I'm trying not to drink, can you please respect that? That can go a very long way, because a lot of times people are trying to cut down and they try to cut down by themselves. And that's very difficult because we're in a world of alcohol pressures in society, find it very normal to drink. So I think you need to be very, very honest with people around you and kind of have that support network of people who understand why you're trying to cut down on drinking.
Yes, because Dom, drinking is so normalised, isn't it? I mean, it's such a huge part of British culture, but there are so many health benefits, not just physically, but also mentally, of just staying away from it all and just being sober.
Yeah, I mean, it's the single best thing, I think. When you think about it, it's something which helps you sleep better, it gives you more energy, you kind of consume much less calories, and all of it actually as well in a cost of living crisis saves you a huge amount of money because, you know, we've seen the price of beer going up. So pints now, you can't get many pints for less than £5. So it actually saves you a huge amount of money as well. So I think it's one of those things which people really underestimate in removing from their lives and the impact it could have if they actually did go sober.
Yeah, now, Dom, you've outlined a huge amount of practical reasons there, and all of those things are absolutely spot on. And the fact is that for the overwhelming majority of people who drink, they can take it or leave it. They can go to a party, and if they really had to, they wouldn't drink. Or, you know, if they do want a drink and they're desperate for a drink after a long day, it's because maybe it's more habit as opposed to addiction. But we are in a time of year, I think, where maybe more and more people are waking up and thinking, actually, maybe I do have a drink problem and I need to get that sorted. How should they go about doing that, Dom, do you think? If there are people watching right now, it's that time in the morning, maybe waking up full of that regret, how would they go about helping themselves, do you think, Dom?
Yeah, you're very much right. You know, alcohol always forms as a habit. You know, when you're 18 years old, you go out with your mates. That's very, very normal. But I think as you get older, kind of towards your 30s and 40s, that habit starts to become very habitual. And that habitual kind of process of reaching for a drink every single night after a hard day of work slowly can form into an addiction. So I do think that the habit does form the addiction. So you might not be addicted now, but it's a very good chance that in the future you will be. So I think in terms of practical steps, look, we know Dry January is around the corner. That's a great movement. I think 4 weeks is actually not long enough to really reap the benefits. So I would say, look, try and do the first 2 months sober, you know, try and just have a period of time without drinking your life. Because I asked myself when I stopped drinking, what is the longest I've gone without consuming alcohol from being 18 years old? And I couldn't say more than 3 weeks. So I didn't ever got the chance to actually see the benefits. So I think the biggest thing people can do is actually have a period of abstinence, have communication with people who are sober, so people like myself, and there's other great networks of individuals around there who are sober, talk about the benefits and find out what life can be like. Because I think the biggest aspect, as we said before, is about being boring. And if you can start to go on nights out or parties or occasions and realise that you can do them sober, then you kind of ask yourself the question, what is the point of alcohol in these occasions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for a lot of people as well, I appreciate, that, you know, can I do a month? Can I do 2 months? For some people, that can seem like a very long time. Another way of doing it maybe is just say, look, can I get through today? If I get my head on the pillow tonight sober, then maybe that's a win as well. And just try to break it down like that. That sometimes can seem a bit easier for people. But, Dom, thank you very much and congratulations. 6 years, a fantastic achievement, my man. Well done.
No worries.
So anyway, yes. All right.
Thanks, and have a great New Year, guys.
You too, thank you.
New year, new you. Have you been getting stuck in over the Christmas period or not?
Yeah, see, I'm very bad. I love gin. Yeah,
do you?
Very bad. But no, I can. But you're right, where I can kind of take it and leave it. So if I'm driving or I've got work the next day or whatever, I don't need a drink, but I do really enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I think there is that pressure. I think that was a really good point that both of you said. It's the only drug that you have to kind of rationalise why you're not taking it or why you're not doing it.
But it's so normalised. Every advert, pretty much every advert you watch, or anything that you watch on Netflix or a sitcom or whatever, when you really notice it, the amount of booze that's involved in it all the time.
So true, actually, isn't it? Going to the fridge and pouring a large glass of wine, it's very, very common. And let us know, you're going to be doing Dry Jan. Is that something that you're up to? gbnews@gbnews.uk.
Just while you've read out that email, cheeky little plug, actually, something that we didn't ask for but we're getting anyway, and you'd love to see it, was we did a segment earlier about rehoming rescue dogs, right?
Yes.
And a lot of you are getting in touch about our idea for a studio dog.
Which I think is a great idea.
It is a great idea. And an astonishing amount of people who are volunteering their own dogs to be our studio dog. Keep them coming in. We'll go to those shortly.
We have to get them up on the screen. Oh, they're actually offering their own dogs.
Offering their own dogs up. Yeah.
Oh,
remarkable.
That's very nice.
Maybe we could do like a weekly dog rota or something.
Do you know what? I'm actually really up for that. We should have a chat to the bosses after this.
I will.
Yeah. You're with Breakfast on GB News. Still lots more to come. We've got the dogs. We've also got some serious stuff as well, because Russian President Vladimir Putin has said he is prepared to engage in talks over the Ukraine war as he continues his relentless assault of the country. But first, let's get the weather for you. Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking chilly for some, though rain and cloud will spread eastwards this morning. Let's take a look at the details for you. Across southwest England, a band of rain and strong winds will spread eastwards this morning with some heavy spells of rain at times. Coastal gales are likely across northern Cornwall and Devon. A mostly dry morning for London and the southeast, though there may be an odd shower for the English Channel coasts and becoming increasingly cloudy. A band of rain will affect southern Wales through this morning with some heavy bursts at times, strong winds too, with coastal gales possible. Looking across the Midlands this morning, and it will be dry but cloudy in the east. Across the west, a band of rain with some heavy spells and strong winds will push in. A cold start across northeast England this morning ahead of a band of cloud and rain spreading in from the west. Strong winds too, especially over high ground. Dry to start across eastern parts of Scotland. A band of rain, some of which will fall as snow at first, will spread in from the west through this morning. A band of rain will clear away to the northeast of Northern Ireland this morning, though some showers will linger behind. A windy morning too, especially around coasts at first. A band of rain will continue to spread eastwards this afternoon, remaining windy and a risk of coastal gales. And that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Tuesday the 27th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Ellie Costello and Patrick Christie's, who is just finishing
Sorry,
a mince
everyone.
pie
I thought I had longer
for
on the
his
break.
breakfast.
Oh,
Here's
well.
what's leading the news this morning.
OK, well, that mince
You're right.
pie tastes dodgy. Rishi Sunak has been warned by ex-Prime Minister Theresa May not to tighten modern slavery laws to make it harder to claim asylum in the UK, but with the number of cross-channel migrants hitting nearly 46,000, should the PM stick to the plan?
Russian President Vladimir Putin has said he is ready to engage in peace talks with Ukraine. That's despite ordering more attacks in the country.
And later on in the programme, we will be getting all the latest on the Boxing Day football results and looking ahead to today's fixtures.
And remember, you can get in touch in any of our discussions this morning. And lots of you are by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews. Now, Rishi Sunak is planning to tighten modern slavery laws so that migrants can't exploit them to claim asylum. But former Prime Minister Theresa May has now intervened, urging him to think of the victims.
Yes, well, it comes after 90 people reportedly crossed the English Channel on Christmas Day in 2 boats, bringing the total number to 45,756.
Meanwhile, The Sun reports today that Germany has become a hub for people smuggling gangs because of the country's soft illegal immigration laws. The paper says that dinghies and speedboats are being brought into France on trucks with German plates.
Right, well, we're joined now by local government editor from Conservative Home. It's Harry Phibbs. Good morning, thank you very much. Great to have you on. Well, in terms of first things first, Theresa May's interjection about Rishi Sunak and modern slavery laws. Now, I actually happen to live in Theresa May's constituency, and I know for a fact that she is saying absolutely naff all when it comes to things about migrant hotels, when it comes to things like the current policy over there. So now this interjection of her, I can't help but wonder whether or not it's a little bit more to try to protect her own legacy than actually solve a problem.
I think that's spot on. When she was Home Secretary, she was actually pretty tough as Home Secretary, and so you can imagine her and then during that period, not being inclined to take any nonsense of this kind of people looking for excuses and loopholes. But with her legacy, she didn't have. She was there for rather longer than Liz Truss, wasn't she? But she didn't, in terms of what she actually managed to achieve, it wasn't very much. Now, I think it's to her credit that she cares about modern slavery. And by the way, it's estimated we've got 10,000 in this country, who are sort of below the radar in domestic servitude or sex slaves, whatever. So that's a genuine problem. I'm not sure that the sort of legislation she came up with was particularly practical. I mean, I think there are things we could be doing in terms of trying to combine, when we're looking at benefit fraud, for example, trying to rescue some of the people trapped in modern slavery. But I don't think that Theresa May's legislation, I'm afraid, very well intentioned, I don't think it's made much difference. I think it's something that is exploited by people who just find that a convenient way to get around the rules.
And exploited by human trafficking gangs as well. I mean, this year, 2022, it's been the talk of Albanian migrants coming over the English Channel. A vast majority, actually, are from Albania. 13,000, I think, at the latest statistics. Second place, people from Afghanistan, 5,000. So, I mean, the vast majority are from Albania. But there's now talk in The Sun this morning that these human trafficking gangs are actually hailing now from Germany, and that's in part down to their soft immigration laws.
Yes, and so I think this idea of trying to deal with it in terms of getting other countries to stop them from being allowed to come here, I think is naive. And even if I think it's naive to imagine that the French should genuinely going to help us out, because it's convenient for them. Obviously, if people come over here, they don't have to bother with them in France. But this point about the German government allowing it, and then people can organise it from Germany, even if France genuinely did clamp down, I think shows that the way to deal with this ultimately is to make very clear that anybody who comes here illegally, they will not be able to stay.
Yeah, they are trying this multi-pronged approach, speaking about a bit earlier, whether or not that's a combination of flights to Rwanda, potentially some kind of offshore processing centre, speeding up the asylum applications and therefore hopefully deportations as well, plus something to do with net migration, like what Suella Braverman is doing with the student visas. But, Harry, when you look at the bigger picture, which we're doing now because the problem with Germany, with people coming over from France and with the boats and everything, is this just a self-made crisis? People could see this coming a mile off with lax open border immigration and, quotes unquote, welcoming people in left, right and centre, and not really planning for, well, what is practically going to happen when we do all of this?
Well, I think the key is, which as you say, this isn't anything new. This has been going on for years. The key problem is that we don't have control of our own laws, and one of the reasons people voted for Brexit, probably the top reason, was that we would be able to have control of our laws and therefore control of our borders. But because of the European Convention on Human Rights, which we're still signed up to, which is different to anything to do with the European Union, we still haven't withdrawn from that. And Rishi Sunak saying, he wouldn't rule that out, and let's see how it goes with this other stuff. I think we need to probably get on with it. We need to pull out of it, and then we can start have some tough measures that stick. Don't get overturned by foreign judges.
OK. Well, there
Harry
you go.
Phibbs, really good to have you in the studio with us this morning. That was Harry Phibbs, local government editor of Conservative Home.
Brilliant stuff. Right, OK, so Russian President Vladimir Putin has claimed that Russia is ready for peace talks to end the war in Ukraine. In a state television interview on Sunday, he said, "It's not us who refuse talks, it's them."
Well, yesterday, Ukraine's foreign minister announced his government's aims to have a peace summit by the end of February at the UN, with the Secretary-General as a possible mediator.
So, could peace talks be on the horizon? Former head of the British Army, Lord Richard Dannett, joins us now. Richard, great to have you on the show. Is this actually a sign of weakness from Putin? Because before he was talking about smashing them, crushing them, and now peace talks are a possibility.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. One has to ask why he is saying what he is saying. And he is, I think, speaking from a position of weakness, which if I was the Ukrainian, if I was President Zelensky, I would not want to hear talk of peace talks at the present time. And frankly, to be absolutely honest, I don't think we should be talking about it either, because it gives Putin a little bit of encouragement that maybe the West is starting to talk about peace talks. The reason why he's talking about it at the present moment is that he knows he's in trouble. And yes, he's been raising fresh troops, mobilized several 100,000, we're told. I don't think he's equipped them very well. I think he's probably trained them appallingly. And if he tries to launch a new offensive later in the winter or in the early spring, I think that offensive will fail. And then, of course, it gives the opportunity for the Ukrainians to mount another counteroffensive, which, on the evidence of what we've seen, they're likely to be successful. So Putin will be in an even less good position then than he is now. So that's why he's talking about peace talks, but we shouldn't be talking about it at the present moment.
First time in public, just 4 days ago, President Putin referred to fighting in Ukraine as a war. Prior to then, he'd called it that special operation. So is that kind of what you're talking about there? Is the situation has changed in Russia as well? He can't continue calling this a special operation when it's been going on the best part of a year now. And how is it being received by the Russian people? I mean, they can't be happy seeing all of their men going to the front line to a war that isn't going the way it was promised. They thought it would be just a 3-4 day operation.
Well, Ellie, I think you're absolutely right as far as that point is concerned. When it was just a special military operation at the outset, for most people in Russia, this was somebody else's war. This was a war that Mr. Putin had started, or a special military operation that Mr. Putin had started, and it involved his regular professional soldiers. But once he began the process of mobilization, it stopped being somebody else's war, and it started being everyone in Russia's war. And large numbers, if you remember, several months ago, large numbers of Russian men fled the country because they didn't want to get involved in Putin's war. Those who were luckless enough to find themselves conscripted into the army now find themselves in the ranks, as I said earlier, poorly equipped, poorly clothed, in winter, poorly trained, and likely to be thrown onto the front line where many of them will die. So it has become everyone's war, which is why he's now talking about it as a war and trying to harness the Russian people to believe that Russia is the victim here, that Ukraine and the West are the aggressors, and that Russia must stand up for itself. Well, he's completely turned the story around by 180 degrees.
Exactly. It's a turnaround, isn't it? Now, you mentioned a couple of things there about it being everyone's war, and also you're quite clear about the fact that we shouldn't be talking about peace talks, maybe get them while they're on the run to an extent. I can understand all of that, but it is very much everyone's war in the sense that everyone in the West seems to be paying for it. And a lot of people feeling the pinch now. We do a lot on the cost of living here. And I am just wondering whether or not people, the vast majority of the public now, would go, we've given Ukraine a lot of money. Fine. We don't begrudge them that. We don't begrudge them the weapons. We don't begrudge them the chance to defend themselves. If Putin wants peace, let's give it to him now, and we can maybe get some of that money back over here. Your thoughts?
Well, that's exactly what Vladimir Putin is hoping, that our resolve in the West will weaken. But if you just sort of think about it for a moment, why should we have spent all the money, nearly £2 billion that the UK has put in, many times that the Americans have put in, to only do half the job? And of course, if negotiations start now, it's with the Russians occupying about a quarter of Ukraine. And Putin will argue that what he has, he will hold. So all the effort that we have put into helping the Ukrainians would actually have resulted in them only owning about 3/4 of their country. What price the principle of sovereignty? What price the principle of self-determination? So there is a strong case to say we've got to stay solid in the West, we've got to keep investing, and let's turn the position, let's help the Ukrainians rather, turn the position on the battlefield so that Putin's gained nothing out of this, but Russia is pegged back. Because if Russia is not pegged back, Russia is going to remain a threat to the West right along the extended NATO border from Finland to Sweden to Poland to Baltic states for some time to come. So Putin can't be allowed to have gained from this. And Zelensky, if he starts to negotiate, well, then he's failed because his stated objective has been the whole of Ukraine back in Ukrainian hands. And at the present moment, that is not the case.
In the rhetoric the whole way along, hasn't it, between Zelensky and Western leaders, that it is about defending our joint values and our independence as well. But there is that point that Patrick's making, that Western allies are funding this. And my question to you is, how much longer can that go on for? I mean, is this a war that could go on for years, potentially decades? Or is it going to get a point where the Russians or the West simply couldn't afford for it to go on any longer?
Well, Ellie, I don't think my crystal ball is any better than your crystal ball. But what I would say is this, and that is that I think the Russians will try a new offensive. I'm certain that it will fail on the evidence of their military so far. I think with the support, the training, the weapons, the equipment, the ammunition that the West has given to Ukraine, I think Ukraine will mount another counteroffensive early next year. And that could succeed. It could have the effect of striking severe blows on the Russians, such that the Russian army's morale and motivation collapses. And that could change the whole dynamic of the battlefield, and that changes the whole story. So it could be, come the spring, that the Ukrainians have prevailed in Ukraine over Russia, and the war could be brought to an end that way. That is a much better outcome. I know it's more war, but it could bring a fairer and better outcome for us, Ukrainians, and peg the Russians back.
Richard, there are some concerns amongst some people that Britain is potentially paying for a lot of the world's problems, i.e. what's been happening in Ukraine, yes, foreign aid, etc., but also what's been going on in the Channel and that crisis there costing us X amount a day. Whereas we have got people, I don't want to say this phrase, but, of our own, as it were, on strike in this country, ordinary working people in this country, Brits, military veterans, plenty of them homeless, the military themselves being roped in to deal with these crises. Could some of the money that we're spending on foreign issues maybe be used to help, well, the British Army that you used to be the head of?
Well, the answer is a yes, of course, and that's the whole business of government. Government has to make choices, but we can't run away from the things that we don't like. We don't like what's going on in Ukraine, but running away from it and calling for peace talks now is not the answer, as I've just been arguing. And yes, of course, it's sad that there are homeless people in this country. The cost of living crisis, largely or significantly caused by the war, has put a lot of pressure on families, and a lot of people are hungry. Of course, all those things are very real, and the government has got to do what it can to face up to them. But the world is a pretty ugly place at the present moment. We can't run away from the things that we don't like. The government has got to grip the migrant situation, as your previous item was talking about. There are a lot of issues the government has got to deal with. But come back to where this conversation started. Now is not the time for us in the West, for Ukraine, to be talking about peace talks with Russia. Vladimir Putin is talking about that because he's weak and he's losing.
Fair enough. Richard, thank you very much. Former head of the British Army there, Lord Richard Dannett, filling in as Putin apparently is saying that he quite fancies peace talks. Who'd have thunk it, eh?
It's 16 minutes past 8. Let's bring you up to date with some other headlines from today.
Yes, well, 2 people have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Al Edwards at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
At least 60 people are believed to have died in an Arctic storm which brought blizzard conditions and freezing temperatures across the US and Canada. Some fatalities were found in snowbanks and others in their cars. Snow is expected to continue to fall on top of more than 4 feet of snow that's been falling since Friday.
Astonishing, isn't it? Anyway, in the UK, there is a yellow weather warning here. And it's in place for the north and east of Scotland. The Met Office says that snowy and icy conditions could last until 10 p.m. this evening. Travel disruption is possible because wintry showers are causing patchy ice, mainly on higher routes. And Traffic Scotland says that gritters are out and motorists should plan ahead. Nice cows.
Shall I read this, or do you want to do
You
that?
do it.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, with Christmas out the way, it's likely that your old electricals are heading for the rubbish bin, having been replaced by shiny new ones. But before you chuck them, local councils are urging you to consider how you throw away battery-powered gadgets to help stop fires in bin lorries and rubbish depots.
Well, fires caused by lithium-ion batteries found in rechargeable toothbrushes and laptops cause more than £150 million in damage every year. Gosh. And the problem is growing, as Will Hollis reports.
It started out as just a small fire, but quickly spread until this multi-million-pound waste site in Aberdeen was ablaze. What caused it? Probably the battery in a toothbrush. What's worse is that fires like this happen a lot. Research by Material Focus, a non-profit encouraging you to recycle electricals, found that around 700 fires are started by batteries in bin lorries and at rubbish tips each year. Only a few months ago, it happened here in Colville, where John is a waste manager for the county council.
This is where people put their non-recyclable rubbish, usually in black bags. It's normally full, it's empty today because the site's closed. And a few weeks ago, we had a fire here, which we believe was caused by a laptop that was incorrectly disposed of. Had to close the site down, call the fire brigade to put the fire out.
With Christmas over, it's likely you'll be throwing away your old electricals. Most are powered by rechargeable lithium-ion batteries. When they get chucked away with the regular rubbish or recycling, they become a fire hazard, so-called zombie batteries.
So this is a rechargeable lithium-ion battery. This has come out of a laptop. We've got other sorts of similar batteries here. This has come off a Dyson. This has come off a power tool.
The Environmental Services Association says that more than £150 million in damage is caused by lithium battery fires every year. Ben is an environmental consultant. He says getting rid of batteries properly is simple but effective.
Fires are a perennial issue for our sector because people put all sorts of flammable things in their waste that they shouldn't. But what we are seeing is that specifically lithium-ion batteries are responsible for a growing proportion of the fires that we face. And they really are quickly becoming the number one culprit. So we would urge people, absolutely please, recycle your batteries, all batteries, but particularly lithium-ion, separately using proper battery recycling banks or small waste electrical recycling banks.
As our dependence on recharging grows, Ben hopes that new laws will make it easier to recycle batteries in the right way.
Next year, government's consulting on the battery regulations, and what we're hoping to see is that slightly tougher regulations are put on producers of batteries, which in turn will help to fund collection infrastructure and make it much easier for people to recycle batteries.
The end of any gadget's life will undoubtedly leave it discarded. But if that's in the wrong way, it could easily return from the dead and haunt. Will Hollis for GB News in Colville.
Well, there you go. Right, you've been sending in pictures of contenders for, yes, GB News' studio dog, which the bosses at this current stage know nothing about. We've decided to just go rogue, therefore it's happening. Alan says, Honey would love to be your studio dog, but alas, you can't have her. Well, what's the point, Alan?
What's the point of that? You're teasing us.
Teasing us.
With her cuteness.
Yeah.
Terry's been in touch as well. I love these people offering up their own dogs. Here are my two babies. I don't know what I'd do without them. What a greeting I get when I get home. So cute. Is that a German Shepherd? Is that what?
It looks a little bit like it at least had some German Shepherd in the mix there, yes. Pat, good name. Pat says, my handsome and brilliantly clever boy Charlie, now 12 years old, is a Whippet and Patterdale Terrier. That's a good combo. I rescued him when he was 5 months old. He's still active, loving his life in Dorset. It's a good place to be a dog, Dorset, I imagine. Lots of open spaces. He can go swimming a lot. You're out and about all the time. Fantastic. Well, keep your ideas for...
Yes.
And indeed offers for GB News' very own studio dog to come in.
Offer up your pets to us, please, this morning. And I've seen one on Twitter. Richard sent in a picture of Tabasco, who is happy for a once-a-week studio appearance. So one shift a week we've got covered.
Well, we thought about doggy rota. A doggy rota. Anyway, yes, we didn't really intend on this being our email call-out for today, but it's happened. You, the people, have done it. And thank you very much for everyone who's been emailing in, telling me what a rubbish tie I'm wearing. It means the world to me.
It is not great. I'm going to be honest with you. What is it? Paisley?
I don't know. I find my ties in the changing rooms and I put them on in the morning.
What happens is he steals Tom Harwood's very eccentric ties.
Well, they look better on Harwood.
He gets away with it more. I don't know why. We are kind of matching. There's a bit of blue in there.
Yes, there is.
Anyway, stay with us. We're descending, aren't we? After the break, Aidan McGee is back and we're going to be getting all the latest on the Boxing Day football results, plus looking ahead to today's fixtures. That's after this.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing! You remind me of me in the European Parliament.
But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Hello, the time has just gone 8:25. Still lots to come on today's programme. At precisely 8:46 this morning, professional organiser Sue Spencer will be talking us through how to get our homes in order after all the Christmas chaos.
Yes, indeed. Chaos everywhere. And in the next hour, we will be asking if the Arctic blast gripping the States is heading our way.
We can hope not. Remember, you can join in any of our discussions this morning by emailing gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Right, well, a bumper couple of days of sport with a look back at yesterday's Boxing Day fixtures and looking ahead to this evening as well when the mighty Manchester United demolish Nottingham Forest. Joining us now in the studio is sports broadcaster and journalist Aidan McGee. Aidan, what happened yesterday?
Yesterday was a really interesting section of games. 7 matches, 5 away wins. No standout result which made you think, wow, that's blown the coupon apart. However, Arsenal was the standout one for me. They were the only team to win at home. You talk about champions, prospective champions, looking to overcome adversity. They went into the game having already lost Gabriel Jesus, the Brazilian international forward at the World Cup. He was on the sidelines on crutches. You had Arsene Wenger returning to watch a game for the first time in a while.
Did he get a nice reception?
Oh, wonderful, yeah. He's not the sort of guy to announce his arrival at the ground, and then I think one of the cameras inside the ground panned to him after they maybe scored their first or second goal, and so the fans were aware that he was
good.
he was in the ground, and he got a really nice reception there. And some would say that it aroused the crowd to almost go on and help them get a win. But they went behind to West Ham to a Benrahma penalty. They had a penalty appeal turned away when VAR overturned it. So going into the half-time break, with all that going against them, they did well to show some character and beat quite a stubborn side. They were quite comfortable in the end, 3-1. That puts them 7 points clear of Newcastle, who won at Leicester. Manchester City play tomorrow night against Leeds United. It's all hotting up. We're coming into the transfer window as well. Will Arsenal go into the market to try and strengthen their options? They haven't won the league in 19 years. If they don't do it,
well, they've got to do it now, and I think there's no excuse for not doing it. Actually, they're a very attractive prospect for a player, possibly more attractive than they've been for a long time.
Yes.
Currently top of the table, hotly tipped. Doesn't look like they're going anywhere.
Well, the other thing is, Patrick, they're not. I don't know if it's going to count much in the second half of the season. I guess it will, but they're not in the Champions League. Maybe that capitulation towards the end of the season, when Spurs pipped them to the top 4 finish, maybe that might help them, because it just loosens up their schedule slightly and clears a bit away. And of course, you've had the Constantina effects of the fixtures either side of the World Cup break. We're not even factoring in any scope for any inclement weather in January and February either.
No.
So there could be a backlog of fixtures, and I think maybe that relinquishment of European football might do them a favour in the second half of the season.
Yeah, lots of transfer gossip as well. We were just mentioning there about potentially Arsenal looking to go big in the transfer market. We'll have to wait and see. Liverpool possibly quite active. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, look, there's more than that. I mean, there's a player, Cody Gakpo's heading over.
Is he definitely? Is that happening?
That's going to be happening. Yeah.
That's really annoying, because he was supposed to be coming to the mighty Manchester United.
Well, he's an obvious Man United player to me, but then this is the problem. If you want to hit the ground running now, Liverpool in the Champions League, Manchester United are not. But to me, he looked like a Man United signing. He's someone Eric Ten Hag was very much aware of. But I think they're looking at this player who's going to Liverpool, who's going to come off the left and cut inside. They may be a little bit disappointed so far with Darwin Núñez, although having said that, I think he will still hit his straps and get going. But the transfer window is not going to be... United's history in the transfer window, Juan Mata in 2013, not a bad signing overall, but Alexis Sanchez, 2018, disaster, absolute disaster. And, of course, 2 years later, Bruno Fernandes did very well for them.
OK, all right, so we've done the Premier League table, we've done latest transfer news as well. Regular viewers and listeners to this programme will know that Aidan McGee went away in the last stint that he was off air and desperately did, well, his audition for the Dull Man's Club, which is to do a 1,103-piece puzzle.
Yeah, I didn't believe that. I thought that was a joke. But yeah, look, my brother bought me this yesterday. It's a model of Queen's Park Rangers football ground, and that's the club that I support.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, these are the packages of pieces, little bits of Lego. They're not officially Lego pieces. It's another brand. But, it's official merchandise.
You've been away 2 hours, right?
Yeah, yeah. Look, this is 2 hours' work. Don't underestimate it, because I have got a pitch.
You've got a pitch?
Can you see a pitch?
No lines on the pitch yet?
No lines on the pitch, no, but we've got some stickers for that later on. That comes later. But no, you won't be happy. No, certainly not. I will ignore that. So, look, we've got a pitch, so that's a good start. There's a long way to go, but you said you're going to help me later on, you think?
I said, oh, wait, what's that? I've got a second. No, I've got a very important thing. Aidan McGee.
You'll do it for me, won't you?
Yeah, why not? You haven't got enough. Right, Aidan, thank you very, very much. Aidan McGee there. Right, there we go. That's all your latest sport. OK, well, after the break, I've got loads coming your way. Absolutely. So does Ellie as well. We will have a lively discussion and debate about today's papers with our panellists. And yes, it's all gone, thankfully, I think, a little bit from all Christmassy fluffy stuff to news is back on the agenda, which gives us some stuff to talk about. I'll see you in 2.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by 2 of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're going to go to the papers. We're joined by broadcaster and showbiz journalist Stephanie Tacci and writer and columnist Emma Wolfe. Right, where to start? I believe this is my latest list.
This is your latest.
Emma, it's you. Middle class take a £40,000 income here. I read this headline earlier, Ellie and I were talking about it. That is a whopper.
Yeah, it's a whopper, yeah. This is analysis from economists on the front of the Times, basically saying, you remember Jeremy Hunt's stealth taxes? Well, they're going to make working families, middle-income families, over the next decade, they're going to be about £40,000 worse off because of freezing the tax threshold. And obviously, in the middle of a cost of living crisis, this is really, really bad news for a lot of people. So this is like a couple, both of them earning around £60,000, which, is a lot to some people and isn't a lot to others. But yeah, it's going to drag the decision by Jeremy Hunt. He's gone quiet recently. What's happened to Jeremy Hunt? I feel like we've been hearing a lot about Rishi Sunak. He's taking Christmas holidays. Anyway, he's gone quite quiet. But those stealth taxes are going to drag a lot of sort of middle-income earners into those tax brackets again.
I just feel like we soon, maybe in the next 10 years, we might not even have that middle-class structure there, because it just feels like with all these kind of implementations of such taxes, you're just diminishing the power of the middle-class person. It's like the money you're earning, it's just all going to taxes that you're not going to be left with anything.
It's really making me realise, seriously, like, I'm terrible with money. And I now, more so than ever, just wish I'd have spent the last 4 or 5 years bothering to put anything to one side. I know this will be really obvious to a lot of people. People are like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do with your money. But, really now, it's starting to think of this idea of a £40,000 income. I've been an absolute mug, really. So there you go, enough about me.
I kind of feel the opposite. I feel like this has just proved how out of control we are. I mean, we can save, we can be careful, we can work really hard, whatever. But actually, when you look at food prices, when you look at energy prices, it's out of our control. They're just absolutely soaring. And most of us are just kind of sitting there going, well, I have no choice, Energy's doubled in cost. Food prices, every time you walk in the supermarket, they just go up and up and up. It doesn't feel like there's a lot we can do about it.
Yeah. And I think that's what really struck me about this story, is that it's now impacting on everyone. Cost of living, it's been a struggle for some people for a long, long time prior to this year. But now it is impacting people who have never struggled before and taking a real hit on finances. It's going to be a tough few months ahead. Stephanie, let's have a look at the Express, shall we? This is a backing of Rishi Sunak by Theresa May, saying he's going to win the next election.
Yeah, there's obviously over the past this year, there's been a lot of in-house fighting with the Tories, but now Theresa May's come out, despite opinion polls which are putting Labour way ahead, she's saying that she still thinks that Rishi Sunak is the man for the job and he has what it takes to win the next election. She says, obviously, due to Liz Truss's mini budget, that lost a lot of people's hope in the Conservatives, but she feels like Rishi Sunak is the man to do it. But to be honest, I think that anybody in Rishi Sunak's position would have been facing all the troubles he's had. He's inherited a poison chalice from Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, and he has to fix it. And I think even if we do have a Labour government, they're still going to have the same problems the Conservatives are facing, if not worse. And to be honest, now
they're going to have to come up with solutions for it as well, which is the thing. And at the minute, they can sit there and pick and choose what they get involved in. The unions issue has been a really important one for that, because they've been able to kind of sit back a bit, not say what don't do in terms of a pay rise at all, and just let the Tories try to handle the mess. That would change if they're in power.
It would, and to be honest, I think it's now time for the Conservatives to come together and put on this united front if they do want to win the next election, because this year it's been awful for them, so hopefully there'll be more cohesion from the party next year.
Now, it's the time of year, I don't know why, we turn to baby names.
Well, yeah, this is...
What we're looking ahead to.
I just wanted a more fun story. We've had so much doom and gloom.
But, well, we say that, but dark and moody baby names are the ones that are going to be trending next year.
Well, baby names are so funny. People call their babies the weirdest things, and you think, really? Like, that's going to be an adult who's called, like, I don't know, Apple, Rainbow... I'm trying to choose names that's not going to offend anyone. Apple, Rainbow, Yellow, Blue, you know, like, how is that person going to operate in the world as a grown-up? So, yeah, there's a trend. There's going to be a trend. A baby namer reckons there's going to be a trend in 2023 for dark, moody baby names. Names like Argo, Draco, Night, Raven, Zelda, Luna, Aurora. These kind of, slightly more edgy, moody names are going to be...
Cool.
They are quite cool, but again, is that going to be a decent name for a grown-up holding a meeting when they're like 50 years old and they're called Aurora, Zelda, Draco,
But
Knight?
they're all going to be a part of that generation where they were
weird
born
names.
with the cool names. So all these traditional names like the Stephanies, the Patricks, the Ellies, they're just going to be like, oh, your name's a bit outdated, because we will be from that generation where our parents were still picking
We're going to be the
names.
Ians of today, aren't we?
Yeah.
The Ian.
I'll tell you the best name. My little baby is called Ludovic, and he's called Ludo, and that's a cool name because it's not Ludo. It's kind of rare, but it's not too weird, and you can be professional and Ludovic, or you can be like fun and Ludo.
Oh, have you got top baby names in mind, or do you not think that far ahead?
I have a list.
All women do. They have baby names.
Really?
Yeah.
They do.
It's what women do, Patrick. We like a name.
I'm half. Well, I'm half Greek Cypriot, so I was thinking about what do I, I'd like to reflect some Greek heritage. Just go for Zeus.
Oh,
right.
I like the kind of God-Thor name.
Because Zeus is getting that job. You start a job interview, you're nervous already, you think, I might not get this. Move aside, Tom. Zeus has got the gig.
Zeus Christie's. See, that's the thing. For women, you often have to think about a possible other surname as well. You can never quite be sure about surnames and stuff. At least you know it's going to be a Zeus Christie's.
That'd be good for a dog, like a big German
warrior dog.
You've mugged him right.
Well, maybe you can get the dog, you're being offered loads.
You're assuming you'll have a boy, but what if you have a girl?
Oh,
what
would you call her?
Zeus.
Yeah, Aphrodite, something like that.
Something cool like that.
I have to go through my Greek mythology and just make sure that I don't get the references wrong then.
But I like the dark, moody names. I think you might be onto something there. And maybe with our names, Stephanie, they'll come back. Because all the older-fashioned names, like, I'm trying to think of one now.
Yeah, like Mavis and Mabel and traditional Elizabeth and John and things like that are still really popular.
It's a cycle with names.
It is. It's a cycle.
What else we got?
Let's go from a cycle to a cyclone. But it is serious, isn't it? Because 55 people are now dead after a bomb cyclone has swept America. I mean, the footage, the coverage of this is just so shocking, isn't it?
This is literally once-in-a-generation storm that has hit America. And I know there's a lot of climate change skeptics out there, but, we are getting more and more of these freak disasters of nature that are occurring. It would be scary to think if it did happen in this country, because we just get a little bit of snow and we just shut down completely. But in America, you're still having people who want to drive through this snow. And unfortunately, there have been drivers who've been found frozen to death in their cars. Temperatures have reached minus 45 degrees, which is, I can't even comprehend that, how it must be like to be working through that and, experiencing that. So it is kind of scary to be ending the year this way, because we've had so many natural disasters which have been climate-related this year, so...
I mean, minus 45, would you even have the ability to keep yourself warm? I mean, would you even have the clothing? You wouldn't be...
And it isn't just these temperatures. As you say, you go out and everything freezes on you. I mean, you literally, it freezes. I've been out in minus 10 and everything just your eyelashes freeze up and things. Minus 45 is almost unimaginable. But also, it isn't just the temperatures, it's the fact that these are storms, these are blizzards, these are tornado kind of conditions. Think about an old, vulnerable person. Think about someone who's blind in a home. And the distances in America are different. We're not all in little towns and villages. People can be in a cabin somewhere miles away and you get cut off What do you do? People are dying. It just absolutely.
This death toll's going to rise massively.
It will. They're going to find people. They dig people out of taxis and things like this in cars just
and
snowed
it's like,
in.
no matter how many contingency plans you have, when Mother Nature comes through with sheer force like that, you're always going to be caught off guard, and it's just a wreck. Dealing with it afterwards.
Sorry, I'm stealing your list.
No, it's all right. Absolutely, we've got a lot to whiz through and not a lot of time to do it. Emma, Kate's fashion inspiration in the Mail.
Yeah, well, this is quite jolly. Obviously, the Princess of Wales. Yeah, we do. The Princess of Wales is, the other day at the King's, at the Sandringham sort of Christmas Day walk, everyone was saying how amazing she looked and how beautiful and elegant she looked, and she does. She always does. But anyway, Kate, Princess of Wales, previously Duchess of Cambridge. Her fashion sort of credentials are going back now to the early 2000s. So TikTok, she's inspiring a TikTok generation. Basically, loads of teens and TikTokers now are looking back at her fashion from the kind of early 2000s. Do you remember her roller disco fancy dress? I don't know if you can see it here. It's her roller disco look.
Yes, it's the green top, the
green top, and do you remember those outfits?
Yes.
So she didn't realise then when she was wearing sort of slightly dodgy early 2000s fashion, but she's now inspiring. And they're recreating all of her fashion looks. So even at the age of 40, she's inspiring teenagers to take on to do a Kate.
Do you know what? I get a lot of Kate fashion on my TikToks. I don't know how the algorithm works, but it's obviously clocked onto the fact I like the royals.
Yeah.
And loads of Kate fashion comes up from like the early noughties, late 90s. And people love her.
And she gets it right. It's hard to be stylish as a royal. You end up just wearing those coat dresses. Everybody wears coat dresses. And she doesn't. She's able to kind of do edgy style. Obviously, she's got, unlimited access to designer wardrobes and things. But she somehow is fashionable without just going down the very, very safe route.
And I like how she recycles outfits. Like, she's never scared to be seen in the same outfit twice, and she makes it look equally as good as the first time she worn it. And that's what I like about the TikTokers. Instead of creating new trends, they seem to be going back into the past, getting old style trends, old artists that they really like. So we're actually moving back rather than moving
And when you
forward.
look at the photos of her in the 2000s, she looks amazing. And you kind of, you realise just what a style icon she was, even though...
And again, all of this is coming back, isn't it? I mean, the other thing on TikTok, which is...
A lot of miniskirts.
Princess Diana and her fashion and those big...
I'm just saying there are.
Is that what you get on your TikTok?
I feel a bit...
Lots of miniskirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they do love Princess Diana.
And those legs as well.
So fashion icons, both of them. Stephanie, this is a really, really interesting story about the rise of stay-at-home dads in the Mail. Why is this?
So the number of stay-at-home dads has risen by a third since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And we realised that happened during the pandemic. No one knew what they were doing. No one knew their left from right. But it means the roles at home also change. Because I think for men, I don't know what you think, Patrick, but I feel like a lot of men have been scared to say, actually, no, I just want to stay at home, raise children. I don't want to be out there in the corporate world. And I think COVID allowed men to do that, actually, to say, actually, I want to stay at home while my wife goes to work and be the breadwinner. And, for many years, women have been complaining that they're juggling too much. They're juggling at home, juggling in the offices. So now it's actually quite nice that men want to take that leader role at home.
Can I just say that when you actually drill in, I don't want to shoot your balloon or whatever, but when you drill into the story, it's 1 in 9 stay-at-home parents is now a father. So still, 8 of those 9, pretty much 90% of women are still doing the stay-at-home role. It's only about 10% of men.
Can I flip it on its head slightly? I am massively outnumbered today, and why not use this now to my advantage to help learn and grow as a person? But I would be concerned that at the same time as men now may be feeling more comfortable to say, actually, I want to stay home and raise the kids, do you think women feel more pressure to get out into the workplace? Is it almost seen as a thing of like, oh, I don't want to be a housewife for a second. It seems like not progressive. I don't know what
I agree with that. I think almost now women also feel shy to say, actually, I don't want this high-empowered job. I don't want to be out there. I don't want to be this successful woman. Actually, know what? You can be a successful woman, but just be a woman at home.
And also, it is an absolute privilege to spend time with your very young baby. Those first couple of years, I've spent 2 years working and being at home with my baby on my own. And it is an absolute privilege to spend those early months with your little one. everyone, because they need you. And they especially need their mums. I would say dads as well, of course, but they need their mums just from the kind of nurturing point of view. And it's a wonderful thing, and I think all women would recognise, but they just want the flexibility to be able to have that choice, I think.
And is there that pressure on women, do you think, to get back to work? Are we going to see less and less?
I mean, I think even the term stay-at-home mum makes it sound easy. It is not. Of all the jobs that I've done in my life, mothering and constant mothering and being a mother or being a parent is the hardest job in the world.
In itself.
I'm absolutely terrified.
Have you guys not had... None of you have had kids yet?
No.
Wow.
To you, I'm like,
It's so hard. Well, I waited till 40 and I had my little one on my own, and it is so hard. Respect. And I you know, like Josh Howie the other night, Josh was telling me he's got 5 children, and I just don't even know how.
That's his own fault.
I know it is. It's his own fault, but I don't even know how you do that.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
5 of them.
Do you think there is shame, though, if a man says, I just want to be at home with the kids and I don't want to, you know...
I think there is. I think people might take the mickey a little bit.
Yeah. It's not alpha, is it? It's not very alpha male.
Right to do it, but I honestly think, from a personal perspective, look, I'm very lucky. I love what I do, and I'm not just saying that. I genuinely do. It's an absolute, I don't really see this as work, to be honest with you, which I think shows. But I really would. I would love to spend a lot of time with the kid, but I think there'd be a lot of stigma attached.
Yeah, but there's a caveman thing, there's a provider thing, there's all this kind of alpha stuff, which is about going out, coming back, I'm home, honey, you know, bringing home the bacon.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that a lot of people now work from home just helps with the whole kind of blurring of different roles.
Absolutely. Oh, good chat.
Very nice way to end. Yeah, enjoyed that chat. Stephanie, Emma, brilliant to have you. Thank you so much.
Right, let's bring you up to date with some more of the stories. It's about to go 8:49. I'm just about...
Really struggling to
working out that clock, people. Working out that clock. OK, so more serious matters now, because Merseyside police are continuing to question 2 people in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old L. Edwards, at a pub on Christmas Eve. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, while a 19-year-old woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
Chinese medical staff say hospitals are overwhelmed and patients are arriving in growing numbers as COVID cases continue to rise. In China's Zhejiang province, 1 million daily cases are being reported. It's expected that will double in the days ahead. This comes as the government announces that they will lift the mandatory quarantine for inbound travellers at the beginning of January.
Teachers' unions condemn the Scottish Government's decision to delay the rollout of free school meals to all primary school pupils. The union argues that in a cost-of-living crisis, the food programme is vital to tackle child poverty. It's the second time the programme has been delayed.
The Levelling Up Secretary says opposition to new housing developments could be reduced by focusing on better design. Michael Gove says too many planning applications are insipid and suggested that the potential of some public spaces aren't being utilised. He's supporting a call by the think tank Policy Exchange for a new National School of Urban Design and Architecture. Yes. Now, do you want to explain what's been going on this morning? Because we've got ourselves into a situation.
Well, we have. Well, the British public got ourselves into a situation, actually, and thank you. I'm very happy for it. Ellie and I were deciding earlier on, what should we do as our email call out? We've got a few topics in the news today that we're talking about, what's going on the channel, And actually, in the end, you lovely, wonderful people took it out of our hands.
You decided, yeah.
Because we made a little comment about whether or not we should get a studio dog here at GB News. And you've been sending in pictures of contenders for GB News' studio in-house dog.
Yeah.
Andy and Caroline. They've been on, and they say, here is our dog, Boris.
Oh,
yes.
Look.
He's loving watching you two. He would recommend he would recommend a cockapoo as a studio dog, but it's a bit early for him. I see. Well, Boris, fantastic. And
I love the name Boris for a dog.
We had a cockapoo in the studio once. He was called Bob. And it was for a feature on, on pedigree dogs. Bob was very well behaved, I must say. But
I like human names for a dog. It's very, very cute. Right, John and Kaz have been in touch. They say, oh,
yes.
goodness, look, here is our gorgeous doggo, Indy. She's got some glasses on to read the news. Indy is an American bulldog crossed with an old English bulldog.
Indy looks fantastic.
She's got very human eyes, does Indy?
Very human eyes, yes. Nina says, you're more than welcome to borrow my pups Dexter and Lexi as your new studio dogs. The only trouble being you can't take your eyes off them because they cause mischief.
Which may be a problem if we're reading the autocue.
It might be, but I think it might add to the chaos, and I love chaos.
And we're specialising in that, especially today. Dave's been in touch. He says, this my dog, Dexter. He's 10 years old now, and the only one still excited to see me when I get in from work.
That is lovely.
Would he be up for working, though? That's the question.
Would he be up for working?
Could he be here with us?
Well, actually, it's interesting because a story that we covered yesterday was Rishi Sunak, or the day before, trying to tempt people out of retirement. So maybe he could do the same things with dogs. The dog's had his paws up for years now. It's time to get that dog to work, OK?
Yeah, keep your pictures coming in. I've seen loads coming through on Twitter, so we're going to get them up for you throughout the programme, but absolutely brilliant. And we're talking about this, of course. We should probably explain. Yeah. Because, obviously, very, very sad. Lots of people get dogs and puppies for Christmas and then give them up. So we're talking a little bit about that a little bit later on in the programme. But do keep your pictures coming in. Lots of that to come a little bit later on.
Yes, indeed.
Now, in the limbo between Christmas and New Year's, betwixtmas, we all have plenty of time to reflect on how 2023 will begin to shape up. But is home organisation one of your resolutions?
No.
No.
We have Sue Spencer. It should be, though. It should be. We have Sue Spencer there, professional organiser from A Life More Organised, who was trained by decluttering experts, Mary Kondo. No, I have heard Mary Kondo. To help us get our lives and homes in order before the new year. Good morning. I mean, this could have been booked by my girlfriend herself, actually. I think there's a little bit of a coup going on here. So in terms of organising people's lives after Christmas, the house might be a bit cluttered. What would you recommend?
So it's a really great time to get decluttered after Christmas because we've got that limbo period where we're not doing very much at all. So I would always say to my clients that I work with, start with a plan. Your home is meant to be a place that supports the lifestyle and all the things that you love doing. So think about those things and focus on getting rid of stuff that doesn't support that at all. Now, it can feel really, really overwhelming. So I'd always say start with something small so you can get it done and enjoy the benefits of what you're doing. And stay focused. I know when so many people get started with their decluttering, they're finding things that shouldn't be in the room, so they're removing them out of the room and then they forget what they're doing. So I always have an other room box, and anything that's in the room that's not needed in there will get popped in that box straight away. Starting with something small like your underwear drawer or your cutlery drawer is a great thing to do.
Yeah, start small is a very, very good tip. I'm ashamed to say that the situation in my flat right now is the tree and then all of the new presents underneath it, because I know I'm going to have to find a space for all of the gifts. And that is what stresses out a lot of people, isn't it? On, the 27th, 28th, 29th, is sorting out spaces for all the new gifts and perhaps clearing out some older things. So what would you say is the best way to tackle that job?
Okay, well, I trained with Marie Kondo, so I'm always going to say declutter by category. And by what I mean by that is have a look at similar things together rather than decluttering by room. So if you've been given new tops and clothes for Christmas, have a look at what's currently in your wardrobe and choose to keep the things that, oh, that's my laundry pile. Choose to keep the things that you maybe don't wear anymore. And your wardrobe should be the place where you open it every morning and it should be filled with clothes that you absolutely love, rather than looking for the bits and pieces and it being crammed full. So if you've got clothes for Christmas, have a look at the tops and decide which ones you love, and the ones that no longer serve you, then move them out the way. Same with kids' toys. We know what Christmas is like. So many people get toys for their kids, and it can be quite overwhelming in a playroom or in a bedroom. So look for the things that the kids don't play with anymore, that they've outgrown, that are broken, and look to pass them on. And if you're doing that, get those things out of the house as soon as possible and enjoy that space you've created. There are things like free sharing apps like Olio, which pass things on to people that maybe could make more use of it than you. Zipit is a trading app, or you can sell it. But if you're going to eBay it or sell it, something like that, then give yourself a little bit of a time period to do it. If it's not done in 2 weeks, then pass it on to someone else some other way.
I think so. I think you give it to charity. But talk to me a little bit now about folding techniques. Because this is where I come a cropper, if indeed I ever make it to the folding stage.
I was about to say, do you ever do
putting
that?
clothes away, shove it in a pile and close the door. But how can people maximise the space that they've got? I have seen some tips on some of those Instagram or TikTok videos.
So with folding, yes, it's great. It is a way to maximise the space that you've got, and you don't have to fold it in a specific way. Some people roll, some people fold. For me, with my clients, it's all about making sure that they've got what they need in their wardrobe or in their drawers. If they go to the folding technique, then that's sort of next level A+ on your tidying up. For me, if you've got all your knickers or all your socks in the drawers they're meant to be, rather than in bags or on the floor, then that's a bonus. But folding is a great way to maximise space, and I do teach people how to do it.
All right.
Sue, really good to have you on the programme this morning. Thanks for attempting to organise us. I think you might have your work cut out for this one, though.
I'm a mess.
You're with Breakfast on GB News. Still lots to come in the next hours, so do stay with us for more updates on the migrant crisis in the Channel and, of course, an update on the Merseyside shooting.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, We're
on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Tuesday the 27th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Ellie Costello and Patrick Christys. Here's what's leading the news this morning.
Right, well, former Prime Minister Theresa May has stepped into the debate on the migrant crisis, criticising plans to tighten modern slavery laws to prevent them being exploited by people trying to claim asylum.
We'll have an update live from Merseyside as police make arrests in the case of the Christmas Eve shooting, which left 26-year-old Elle Edwards dead.
At least 60 people have died in the United States after a huge snowstorm plunged the country into chaos. Meanwhile, in the UK, the Met Office has issued a stark prediction that we are facing the snowiest January in 12 years.
Plus, we'll be bringing you more of your suggestions for GB News' Studio Dog. Yes, keep your pictures coming in. You can join in any of our discussions this morning on any story by emailing gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Now, Rishi Sunak is planning to tighten modern slavery laws so that migrants can't exploit them to claim asylum. But former Prime Minister Theresa May, and Home Secretary, for what it's worth as well, has now intervened, urging him to think of the victims.
Yes, it comes after 90 people reportedly crossed the English Channel on Christmas Day in 2 small boats, bringing the total number to 45,756 people crossing the Channel in 2022.
Yeah, it's another record year. Meanwhile, The Sun reports today that Germany has become a hub for people smuggling gangs because of the country's soft illegal immigration laws. The paper says that dinghies and speedboats are being brought into France on trucks with German plates.
Well, we're joined now by local government editor from Conservative Home, Harry Phibbs. Good morning to you, Harry. So lots to unpack there, lots of stories going on today about illegal migration and legal. But it's a huge challenge for Rishi Sunak, isn't it? There isn't an easy answer to this. There hasn't been from governments before. But the context of this is a 60% increase in people crossing the Channel on the year before, 46,000 almost in 2022. What has he got to do to get a tackle on this in the next year?
I think he's got to get on with it, and that means that he needs to be able to do things that don't get overturned by foreign judges. And obviously people are surprised that after Brexit that we still don't have control of our laws and control of our borders, but we are signed up to the European Convention on Human Rights, and that has been, I mean, there's perfectly worthy statements, but we've now got people interpreting that in a bizarre way. And we had this before with, do you remember they were saying that we should give prisoners the vote? And I mean, they've come up with all sorts of bizarre interpretations. But obviously, if we have this policy, which I think would be perfectly effective if it was allowed to operate, of deporting people to Rwanda, that's fine to get that sorted out. But it's no use if it's overturned by the European Convention on Human Rights. And he needs to be prepared to say, no, we're withdrawing from this. And even if he has a bit of disunity, I mean, he's very anxious to avoid sort of rebellions and disunity and controversy, but I think he needs to face up to it.
You've got to, well, look, it's the nature of the beast, right? You can't have a completely monolithic. Well, can I just say when it comes to this, Theresa May now chiming in about the victims of genuine modern slavery, and we all know that they exist. I would argue that plenty of them have not actually coming across the Channel. They've existed in existing relationships, for example, in a variety of different areas in this country. But in terms of the way our modern slavery laws are currently being used and abused by a lot of people crossing the Channel, does it actually, does that outweigh the idea that there are some of the victims, i.e. we should be tightening it up? It's being taken for a ride at the moment, is it?
Yes, it is. And the idea that somehow anybody should be able to claim they're worried about modern slavery and that therefore they should be allowed to stay and they don't need to produce any evidence. I mean, that is
paid to come here.
Yeah, I mean that is disproportionate. But I do think that Theresa May was quite right to say that modern slavery is a huge scandal and should be given attention. I'm afraid her legislation I don't think was effective. It was a lot of box ticking. We've got it's estimated 10,000 slaves in Britain in our midst in the sex industry. In sort of domestic servitude, and she passed this legislation wanting to do something about it, but really it's just box ticking. You know, it's copy and paste slavery statement, you know, modern slavery strategy, and local authorities that could be doing something practical about it in terms of it overlapping with other problems like benefit fraud and substandard housing and trying to actually rescue these people. There's too much sort of virtue signalling. Here's our statement saying we're very concerned about it.
Rishi Sunak says he's going to clear the asylum backlog by the end of next year. Do you think that's an impossible task, or do you think he could do it?
I think he can only really do it. He can only come up with policies that will stick if he's prepared to say that we're just going to get on with it, whatever anybody else in the rest of the world says. And my fear is that he's saying he doesn't rule out doing that. You know, if what he's trying to do is still thwarted by the foreign judges. And I think people are saying, well, look, we've lost patience. If in a year's time he's saying, right, I now really have had enough and we're withdrawing from the European Convention on Human Rights, we're just going to go. I think by that stage people will have said, well, look, it's just too late. So I think that's my concern. He's got some good ideas and some good intentions, but he's being too cautious.
Just quickly, another big angle that's taken place today is about the prevalence in Germany, anyway, of human traffickers, people smugglers using Germany as some kind of safe haven. I've wondered for a very long time, how on earth has the full might of Europol or Interpol not been able to cut down on the number of these dinghies that seem to find their way into Calais? One would have thought maybe we would be able to do that. And a lot of them are coming through Germany, it would appear.
Yes, and I think the answer is they could, but there isn't the will to do so because it's obviously very convenient for them, and and they would see that they've got huge numbers and more, higher numbers than we have, and it's very convenient for them if some of them come over to us. So I think any strategy that relies on sincere sort of goodwill from them helping us out, I don't think that's going to work. I think we need to be able to take action to make very clear that anybody who comes here illegally will not be allowed to stay, and we need to actually follow that through so that becomes reality, and then that would put the people smugglers out of business. But until that's credible, we're going to have the problem continuing.
Thank you very much, Harry. Harry Phibbs there, rattling you through a world of different immigration-related stories. There's some legal, some illegal, not the stories, of course. the nature of the beast. Right, there we go. Well, moving on.
Yes, and the worst Arctic blizzard in 45 years has hit the US and Canada. And some weather forecasters predict that Britain could feel the effects of the blast with its snowiest January in 12 years.
Wow, well, the Met Office is playing down the reports. No need to panic, anyone, no need to panic. But when you're seeing pictures like that from the US, it's hard not to, isn't it? So is severe weather coming our way? Here to discuss it further is the wonderful weather journalist, Nathan Rao.
Oh,
Nathan,
thank you.
You are fantastic.
Absolutely.
You
No, I
explain
love
everything
it.
to us so that we can understand.
OK, right, so let's localise it a bit first, and then we'll talk about what's happening in America. So, January, potential.
January, potential, too far off to say with any certainty. There are some rumblings that we could get a cold spell in January due to a sudden stratospheric warming, which has not been confirmed, but some meteorologists and weather forecasters are looking at that, and that's when the polar vortex collapses. It's what we saw in 2018. As you mentioned, the Met Office's longer-range forecast is predicting more unsettled, milder to colder type weather, and always with this game, you look at different forecasts, you look at different meteorologists, and they'll all sort of be going in different directions. So there's a possibility, but let's wait and see.
And if there were to be a cold snap in January, it's not going to be like what we're seeing with the pictures from the US, is it?
No, we are almost... It's impossible for us to get a snap like that with those temperatures. The reason being is that we're surrounded by water. We're a small island surrounded by water, so when that cold Arctic air comes to us, it comes across milder water, and unlike the US, which is a huge continent and it's just getting colder and colder and colder. But the US cold snap that we're seeing at the moment could influence our weather this week, in fact. Not making it more cold here, but the cold air over the United States is bumping against milder air to the south, and in the middle is the jet stream, and that's firing up the jet stream, which is going to pull over to the UK some low-pressure systems, some stormy systems this week. So in a sort of a roundabout way, it's having a little bit of an indirect effect on our weather.
You really do make weather fascinating.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
We're both so engaged.
Yeah, I was gripped by a jet stream.
How can you not get excited by a fired-up jet stream?
Yes, exactly. But so in practical terms, basically, people don't need to batten down their hatches, but just watch this space because it's all a bit of a slight weather mystery going on about January.
There always is a slight weather mystery going on all throughout the year. Our weather is one of the most beautiful weather systems in the world because it's so unpredictable. It can change in a matter of hours, and we're constantly looking day to day to see what it's going to do.
Wow.
Nathan, should we look across the pond to the situation in America and Canada? So what exactly has happened? Why are we seeing scenes just quite as horrific as that?
There's three things, really, that's happened in America. The first thing is, again, we're talking about the polar vortex, and this is the cold air over the North Pole, which when the polar vortex weakens, imagine like a blob of water sat on the top of a globe that's held tight by a circulating jet stream, and when that weakens, it spills, and it's spilled over the United States. It's not unusual. What is unusual is how far south it's gone and how cold it's getting. Now, throw into that what we've been talking about, which is the bomb cyclone, which is a very, very deep, rapidly intensifying area of low pressure, which has gone in and just stirred it all up. And the lake effect, which I talked about earlier, which is when the cold air over the US lakes moves over the lakes, the bottom of it warms, that causes air to rise and condense, and as it moves back over the land, that moisture and precipitation there falls as snow. So they've got all of this going on at the same time. However, that said, it's very unusual. I mean, these scenes that we're seeing now, it's really, really severe, really unusual, and temperatures of -40 That's really cold.
I mean,
bonkers.
Put that into context, just how cold that is, minus 45. I mean, Emma Wolf, our newspaper reviewer, was saying earlier, everything freezes. Like, it's impossible to almost be outside in that.
Yeah, I mean, the coldest we've had it in the UK is minus 27.2. I mean, that's cold. That's in Braemar. That's in the heights of Scotland. So, and we think, I mean, last 2 weeks, we were talking about temperatures of freezing 1, 2, minus 2. We really, really felt that cold, and vulnerable people really suffer from that cold. So if you think about minus 40, it's almost impossible to put that into context because I've never experienced it.
No.
We've never experienced anything like that. It's the sort of temperatures, you know, you're getting in the Arctic, in the Arctic region. It's very unusual. And as I said, to get it that far south, in the United States is unusual.
Remarkable, absolutely. Well, Paul's been on. He says, can you be our weatherman full time?
Yes.
There you go.
Where do I sign?
You're so fun. You know, even something as horrific as that. I mean, how long is that going to be set to last in the US?
The US National Weather Service said that the cold weather should abate through this week, turning milder. But the problem with that is when you get a big thaw after a massive freeze like that, you're going to get floods. And so they need to be on the lookout for floods. And also there's some stormier weather coming into the west coast of America this week, which they've also got to look out for. So not looking good over there for those guys.
We're working our way through a list of biblical disasters here, aren't we? Massive snow, then floods and heat waves and global warming. I think maybe actually the Bible is trying to tell us something. But there we go. Nathan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
As ever, Nathan Rao, weather extraordinaire. Right, OK, so it is 9:13. Got it right that time. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories making the headlines this morning.
And Merseyside police are continuing to question 2 people in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a pub on Christmas Eve. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, while a 19-year-old woman has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder.
Well, we'll have an update from our Northwest reporter a little bit later in the programme.
Chinese medical staff say hospitals are overwhelmed and patients are arriving in growing numbers as COVID cases continue to rise. In China's Zhejiang province, 1 million daily cases are being reported, and it is expected to double in the days ahead. This comes as the government announces that it will lift the mandatory quarantine for inbound travellers at the beginning of next month.
We are off to Scotland now because teachers' unions condemned the Scottish Government's decision to delay the rollout of free school meals to all primary school pupils. The union argues that in a cost of living crisis, the food programme is vital to tackle child poverty. It is the second time the programme has been delayed.
Now, every festive period, hundreds of dogs across the country are rescued from abandonment or taken into animal shelters. And with the increases in the cost of living, this year, sadly, will be no different.
No. Now, dogs' homes across the country are warning of an increase in abandoned pets. We sent our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, to Birmingham Dogs Home to find out how they're giving man's best friend a second chance.
A dog is for life, not just for Christmas. The phrase coined by the charity Dogs Trust remains as true as ever, 40 years later. Every Christmas, the RSPCA estimate 4,000 animals are dumped in England and Wales. When they're found, many are brought to charities like Birmingham Dogs Home and their Sunnyside Centre in Wolverhampton. Centre manager Karen Doy says the number of dogs brought here is up on last year.
The dog wardens are bringing the dogs in daily. This particular centre has 5 local authorities, and I think there's 9 altogether between the 2 sites, as and Birmingham at Solihull. So we do get a lot of dogs in. We're up this year, there's 250 dogs have come in to date, more this year than last year. So we are extremely pushed for space. We're getting inquiries daily about people asking if we can help take their dogs in. They can't afford them any longer.
The charity has existed in the Midlands for more than 130 years. But in the middle of a cost of living crisis, keeping a place like this open has been made more difficult over the past year, as head of fundraising Fee Harrison explains.
So we have 4 kennels, which means that we have more mouths to feed, more vet bills, more kennels to keep warm. So our fundraising appeal for Christmas is more important than ever. We have lots of support from local businesses, which is great. So people are bringing down donations of food and biscuits and toys, which is fabulous. We've also got an appeal on our website where people can go on there and they can donate online. They can donate in memory of people and in memory of their dogs. So we're trying to be creative and do as many things as we can just to keep that support coming in.
It's not just donations that this centre needs. For dogs, this place is full, and so they need people to come and adopt dogs, like Timothy. And dogs to adopt come in all shapes and sizes. This is Donald. He's a 9-month-old American Bulldog cross and arrived at the centre in October. But unfortunately, upon his arrival, he had to have surgery.
He came into us in October. He had unfortunately got a damaged left hind leg, so we sent him for x-rays straight away. Unfortunately, it did turn out that he did have an untreated injury to his leg. He had both damaged his stifle, his pelvis and his femur. So we sent him to have amputation because that was the only thing we could do to make him comfortable. He is definitely not dampened his spirits, and he's a really happy little chap, loving life still, so that's nice.
Without Birmingham Dogs Home, Donald would not be the bouncy 9-month-year-old pup he is today. This Christmas and New Year, when the calls come in from people who can no longer look after their canine companion, charities like this across the country will be there to love and look after them until they can hopefully find their forever home. Jack Carson, GB News.
Wow, there you go. I mean, sad to see dogs, of course, not in a home, but hopefully we can try to get some rehomed anyway, maybe,
maybe
just maybe.
people are feeling inspired watching that.
Exactly, maybe people are feeling inspired. And you have been sending in all morning pictures of your contenders for our very own studio dog, which as yet the bosses do not know about. If they're listening, they're yet to kick the door in. So, GB News' prospective studio dog, Richard, says, Kane, good dog Kane, takes his politics seriously and can assist Farage with Friday debates. Kane looks like he's really on the ball when it comes to his politics,
He
doesn't
could be head of security or something. He looks like he
You
knows
can't
what
see
it's
if
all
he
about.
can't pan the camera around there. He's looking out over the channel. Yeah.
Alan says, after what she did to her Christmas present, you could have Matilda as your studio dog.
I mean, Matilda would liven the place up, but I'm not sure in a good way.
Yeah, she'd be more chaotic than us, that's saying something.
Absolutely. Anne says, Jess and Luby are available for bookings. Studios, pantos, weddings, bar mitzvahs, chicken-flavoured chew strips required off-set, which I imagine makes for catastrophic wind on set, but we'll give it a go nonetheless. Thank you, that looks good.
They look like a good team as well, those two.
They do,
Yes.
nice double act.
Yes. Sue says, our little dog, Dobby, oh my goodness, that's a great name, was a rescued dog. She looked like Dobby, oh, there you go, when we rescued her 12 years ago. As you can see, she's adorable and she'd be great sitting on the news desk.
Absolutely.
I wonder how the bosses would feel about Dobby just
emerging. Yeah. I mean, I'm concerned that we're going to end up having to do this now. I mean, because I want to, but just...
I think it's a great idea.
But, like, on our heads, be it when it goes wrong, and let's be honest, it is when, right? When it goes wrong and the dog eats the tree or something happens, you know, then I'm going to be...
You'll be in trouble.
My head on the chopping block.
I think it's a great idea, though. We're a nation of dog lovers, as we've just seen.
Hey, it worked for Blue Peter, didn't it? They had a dog.
That's a really good point.
Exactly.
Yes.
We need a dog.
And
anyway.
we can put together a rota. I mean, I've literally got people saying my dog can do Wednesday, mine could do Friday afternoons. I think together we could chip together and do a good rota out of this.
Absolutely, yeah. Get your dog an agent, get their people to talk to our people, and we'll sort it right out for you. Anyway, right, OK, we're moving on, because with Christmas out of the way, it's likely your old electricals are heading for the rubbish, having been replaced by shiny new ones.
Yes, but before you chuck them, local councils are urging you to consider how you throw away battery-powered gadgets to help stop fires in bin lorries and rubbish depots.
Well, fires caused by lithium-ion batteries found in rechargeable toothbrushes and laptops cause more than £150 million in damage every single year, and the problem is growing, as Will Hollis reports.
It started out as just a small fire, but quickly spread until this multi-million-pound waste site in Aberdeen was ablaze. What caused it? Probably the battery in a toothbrush. What's worse is that fires like this happen a lot. Research by Material Focus, a non-profit encouraging you to recycle electricals, found that around 700 fires are started by batteries in bin lorries and at rubbish tips each year. Only a few months ago, it happened here in Colville, where John is a waste manager for the county council.
This is where people put their non-recyclable rubbish, usually in black bags. It's normally full, it's empty today because the site's closed. And a few weeks ago, we had a fire here, which we believe was caused by a laptop that was incorrectly disposed of. Had to close the site down, call the fire brigade to put the fire out.
With Christmas over, it's likely you'll be throwing away your old electricals. Most are powered by rechargeable lithium-ion batteries. When they get chucked away with the regular rubbish or recycling, they become a fire hazard, so-called zombie batteries.
So this is a rechargeable lithium-ion battery. This has come out of a laptop. We've got other sorts of similar batteries here. This has come off a Dyson. This has come off a power tool.
The Environmental Services Association says that more than £150 million in damage is caused by lithium battery fires every year. Ben is an environmental consultant. He says getting rid of batteries properly is simple but effective.
Fires are a perennial issue for our sector because people put all sorts of flammable things in their waste that they shouldn't. But what we are seeing is that specifically lithium-ion batteries are responsible for a growing proportion of the fires that we face. They really are quickly becoming the number one culprit. So we would urge people, absolutely please, recycle your batteries, all batteries, but particularly lithium-ion, separately using proper battery recycling banks or small waste electrical recycling banks.
As our dependence on recharging grows, Ben hopes that new laws will make it easier to recycle batteries in the right way.
Next year, government's consulting on the battery regulations, and what we're hoping to see is that slightly tougher regulations are put on producers of batteries, which in turn will help to fund collection infrastructure and make it much easier for people to recycle batteries.
The end of any gadget's life will undoubtedly leave it discarded. But if that's in the wrong way, it could easily return from the dead and haunt. Will Hollis for GB News in Colville.
Well, after the break, showbiz reporter Ellie Phillips will be joining us. It's going to be an Ellie sandwich for you, Patrick.
Ellie Fest.
Ellie Fest, yeah, I like that, yeah. She'll be joining us to look back at the big celebrity stories of the year.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Now, as we approach the end of 2022, it's often a time for reflection, and it's been a memorable year, hasn't it?
It has.
But as ever, in showbiz,
Well, from the Wagatha Christie and Heard versus Depp courtroom drama to the infamous Oscars slap, Matt Hancock appearing on I'm a Celebrity. Wow, what has been your standout TV moment?
Well, showbiz expert extraordinaire Ellie Phillips joins us now in her sparkly hat to give us her roundup. Ellie, we wanted to ask you, because we forgot to ask you last time, so we're going to start with this. Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, the biggest courtroom drama of the year, I would say.
Massive. Yeah, so this all started back in 2019. Johnny Depp launched a $50 million lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard after she wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post in 2018 in which she claimed to be a victim of domestic violence. He launched his lawsuit. She countersued him for $100 million. It eventually went to court for a 6-week trial, which was live streamed worldwide. People were gripped with it. We had the likes of Kate Moss testifying. We heard awful allegations from both sides, really concerning allegations of violence from both of them. It all concluded in June, and the jury sided with Johnny Depp, awarding him $10 million in compensatory damages and a further $5 million in punitive damages. But that was all reduced because in Virginia, the legal limit is $350,000 in punitive damage. So it total damages of $10.4 million awarded to him. Amber then tried to launch appeals, bids for a retrial. That all didn't work. And eventually, just a couple of weeks ago, in fact, their long-running feud came to an end, the defamation case closed. Amber's insurance company will pay Johnny Depp $1 million to end the legal battle. So that's all come to an end now. But the one thing that's interesting about this is reports are saying that there are no restrictions about what she can and can't talk about in regard to the case, and she's accepted no guilt. So I don't know if we've heard the end of this, but that live stream trial for 6 weeks really gripped the nation, so it was a big showbiz story.
The way that you just summarised it there is perfect, because there were no winners with this, were there? It was absolutely bonkers, back and forth, relentlessly. I mean, it was high drama, but at the same time, like I said, there was nobody won, did they?
No, it was awful. It's a bit like the Wagatha Christie trial. Yeah, like Colleen came out on top, and in this, technically Johnny Depp won. But ultimately, the big winners in all of this, as always, are the lawyers. They got paid a pretty penny out of all of this. But yeah, no, it's not good for anyone involved. But hopefully, you know, as we move into 2023, we can move on from all of that drama and see what happens next year.
OK, all right, so that was Amber Heard. Now, last time we spoke a lot about the Wagatha Christie trial. We also mentioned Matt Hancock. One of the other big standout showbizy moments, I think, so far this year was when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Smackgate, absolutely. So this all took place back in March. It was at the 2022 Academy Awards. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock across the face after he made a joke about Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. She suffers from alopecia, and his joke, the Chris Rock jokes, he said, "Jada, can't wait for G.I. Jane 2. It seemed to be, you know, referring to her haircut, which is the colour of alopecia. As a result of this, Will Smith stormed onto the stage out of the blue, smacked Chris across the face, and then, with expletive comments, told him to keep his wife's name out of his mouth. After that, just moments later, Will Smith then had to take to the stage to accept the Best Actor award. So he had to accept an Oscar, what he's waited for his whole life. It was for his role in King Richard, and his speech was emotionally fraught. It was really bad. People were saying he should be stripped of that award. Eventually what happened was, a few days later, Will Smith resigned from the Academy, but he was subsequently banned by the Academy from attending any of their events and any Oscars for 10 years. Chris Rock declined to press charges, and he still refused to speak to Will Smith since this all happened. So there's been no resolution in terms of them being friends and people being okay with it. We'll see what happens next time. And, you know, Chris Rock has mentioned it in a couple of his stand-up gigs, but he's not really out and out said, this is how I feel about it. He's just made cheeky quips to being smacked across the face.
It's so good to do these showbiz roundups, because I actually forgot that moment happened.
Yeah.
It's very, very good to go back on, because that really was one of the standouts. A quick word, Ellie, on Kim and Kanye, talking about breakdown in relationships. It's not been...
breakdown, to be honest.
It hasn't been a great year for them.
No, so she filed for divorce in 2021 from Kanye West. She started dating comedian Pete Davidson. And then in 2022, earlier this year, when they went public with their relationship, Kanye launched this awful bit of social media rant about on Pete in particular. He released music videos in which he appeared to decapitate Pete. It all went really bad. He ended up getting banned from Instagram. He was banned from performing at the Grammys. But the only good thing that's come out of this in terms of Kim and Kanye's relationship is that they have now settled their divorce. They are officially divorced. They've settled their custody battle with their 4 children. And Kanye is going to pay Kim Kardashian $200,000 a month in child support. They are very showbiz figures right now. But yeah, Kanye's been embroiled in a lot of other controversy this year. It really has been the downfall of him when it comes to White Lives Matter t-shirts, his anti-Semitic messages, and all the backlash that ensued from that, in which he lost $2 billion in a day when brands completely dissociated with him. So it's been a bad year for Kanye.
That, to be honest with you, that's an absolute shocker. I bet he can't wait for 2022 to be over. I mean, obviously, certainly do not want to make light of some of the absolute filth that he's been talking about in terms of the anti-Semitic stuff. But does the financial context of it, losing £2 billion in a day, I mean, by anyone's stretch, that's a bad day out.
Yeah, bad day out.
Yeah.
Ellie, thank you so much for that roundup. Really, really brilliant to have you on the programme, as always.
Yes, well, you are with Breakfast on GB News. Still to come, the football results from Boxing Day and the upcoming bank holiday fixtures with Aidan McGee to tell us exactly by how many goals Manchester United are going to beat Nottingham Forest this evening. All of that and more. Stay tuned.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your...
Across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
And they're mixing it all up and making weird vinegars and things like that. You can tell I'm not impressed.
No.
It doesn't sound
sexy.
It's all very eco-friendly. It's all very Hoxton, which is where I live. And it's all very, it's all sustainable. You don't throw any of the veggies or fruits away. You use the whole lot in the cocktails.
Oh, I see.
Drink that, if you will.
I don't like the word fermented because it reminds me of
I know.
something like I'm a
kombucha.
Get me out of here. Yeah.
And vinegary as well.
Would you like to go out for fermented cocktails? It's not a particularly attractive...
You know what? Why not just have a margarita or, you know, sex on the beach or whatever it is and just have the load of sugar?
Yeah.
And the mojito and the,
Well, it's tried and tested for a reason, aren't they? Some of
Yep.
these cocktails. But what's your go-to cocktail, do I'm asking?
Oh, definitely sex on the beach.
Yeah?
Passion fruit daiquiri.
Oh, that's a good shout.
Oh, even the word daiquiri makes me feel like I'm on a Caribbean island.
You want to be in the Caribbean,
I really
don't
do.
you?
I've only mentioned it 5 times this morning, yeah.
I can't see it catching on, though, Emma. This
No, I
cocktail
can't.
craze.
I can't. But
Takes the fun
according
out
to
of
the
it.
mixologists, this is what's happening.
Oh, dear.
Also, I think the word mix... Actually, I don't want to be mean. Anyway, Stephanie... No, you know, mixologists, like, are they just...
Oh, he's going anyway.
Well, OK. No, right, I'm not having a pop at anyone, but before, were you not a
barman?
Barman, thank you. You said it right. And now you're a mixologist.
A fancy title.
I don't know. I'm sure I'm going to get hate for this. I'm sure I'm going to get hate for it. I'm sorry. Anyway, right, Stephanie, moving
I don't
on.
think there are going to be that many mixologists watching at this time in the morning. They'll all be sleeping off their amazing Christmas Boxing Day hangover.
True.
Yeah.
Very true. That's got me out of trouble. Stephanie, DIY dentistry.
Yeah, so, guys, since the COVID pandemic, there's been over 47 million missed dentist appointments. So can you imagine people with teeth problems and a lot of pain? So in a new study which has been commissioned by the Liberal Democrats, it says that 4 in 10 adults fear they will have to pull out their own teeth because they can't get a dentist appointment. And I can't think of anything more painful than pulling out your own teeth. But it shows the desperation we've got to now with the NHS, with people missing appointments. I feel eventually we're going to have this generation where people are just Googling remedies and seeing how they can help themselves because you can't actually get to see your doctor or a dentist at this point.
It does sound incredibly dangerous as well. I mean, you get an infection, a bad tooth infection, and, you know, A, the pain, but also just not safe at all to
Absolutely
be
not.
pulling out your own teeth.
But as you were saying, you've got to be seriously, seriously desperate. I mean, I get that, you know, you can be like a bear with a sore paw if you've got a nasty tooth, because it's just constant, isn't it? And, you know, it's all-consuming. But to go from that to going like, right, I'm just going to yank this thing out.
Yeah, but I think people are that desperate. And I think with abscesses and all sorts of, you know, real bad tooth pain, I think people... I mean, if you can't see a dentist, what are you meant to do? I'm not sure that pulling it out would actually solve the... I know nothing about
Having said
teeth.
that, can I just say, cheeky little plug, it's a good time to be a dentist.
Why?
Well, because you've got loads of business. Loads of business. You'll rake it in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, does it talk about why this is happening? Because I thought there were more dentist surgeries opening up, but this would indicate that there's quite clearly a shortage.
Well, there is a shortage, but also a lot of dentists in this piece here, it says a lot of dentists are leaving the system because it's broken, it's underfunded, so they're feeling that they're not being supported in their own jobs.
Maybe not.
That is interesting. Well, yeah, I don't know. You see, I've got a mate who's a dentist. I think he's doing rather well. But there you go. All anecdotal, of course, and I'm not jealous. Emma, food banks.
Yeah, this is another quite sad story. Food banks have had their busiest festive season ever. So in 2015, around 1 million people were using food banks regularly. And in 2022, that's well over 2 million. And most of these, or the majority, are families with children. There are a lot of food parcels being handed out to youngsters. There are people skipping meals in order to feed their children. And I just think, as I say, 2022... how have we got to this point where food bank use is going up, not down? And, you know, it's such a time for, like, you know, excess, and we talk about the cocktails, and we talk about all the amazing food, and these mince pies, which may or may not have been here for about 2 weeks, we're not sure. But, yeah, we also have to remember that there are people who are not, you know, not kind of really in the festive season at all, but are just desperately trying to keep warm and feed themselves.
No, indeed, yeah, it's important not to forget that. Shall we have a little bit of good news, better news? Stephanie, the rise of millionaire winners.
Yes, thanks to the National Lottery. People have been in the money this year. So the National Lottery made 375 millionaires in 2022. That's more than a millionaire a day.
Wow.
So, you know, while we're thinking, if anyone's trying to think of any get-rich schemes, and definitely, clearly, the National Lottery is the way to go. I've only played it twice myself, been unlucky on both times, but it is nice to see that, you know, through this whole cost of living crisis, there are some people who are benefiting from just buying the National Lottery.
It hasn't happened for me yet, I must say.
No.
I know, I don't do the National Lottery, but Patrick's got this magic number 5,
Number
which
5.
I think you should just choose all... Can you choose all 5?
No,
Can you choose a number?
unfortunately not. But one of I actually think about this surprisingly often, which is I did buy a lottery ticket a number of years ago and never checked it.
And I think that could be the
got
one.
this niggling doubt in my head.
But you're probably like a secret an unclaimed billionaire.
One of those idiots where it's like,
Put it in the washing machine.
I once had a dream of lottery numbers, and then when I woke up, totally vanished out of my mind. I was like, that could have been my road to success
could have been
as
a
a
vision.
millionaire. But in this piece, it's saying some of the popular numbers this year has been 39, which has appeared more than 17 times, followed by 21, 13, 50 and 58.
Oh, God, so let me write that down.
Don't use number 8. Number 8 hasn't hardly appeared this year.
Oh, well, thanks, Steph.
Wow.
Patrick, you jotting that down?
Yes, I will be doing. We've got Emma, 0-hour contracts.
Sorry, back to depressing stories again. Well, then again, the lottery might be an answer to this. 0 hours contract amongst the over 50s are at the highest level ever. This is really obviously the most destabilising kind of work where you're never sure whether you've got contracted hours in every week, but really worrying for the over 50s who are kind of struggling anyway because of the pandemic, maybe having caring roles, looking after elderly parents, young children, all of that. Facing retirement without that kind of stability. So, really worrying thing. And there are lots of older people who have maybe chosen to work more flexibly, but there are also older people who are facing kind of age discrimination, things like that in the workplace where they can be kind of almost exploited. So this is sort of worrying statistics from The Guardian here.
When I was at a food bank a few weeks ago, and it was exactly this that the owner of that food bank was talking to me about, and it was the people that have been forced to take 0-hour contracts, and they are the ones, working people, who are struggling to make a living that she's seeing coming through.
Bills coming in, and especially impact on older women because they're often doing those caring roles, health and social care, things like that. The caring professions that we value so highly and pay so appallingly, terribly. So it's as you say, it's people that just can't rely on getting that work.
Getting work. Stephanie, something a bit different to end from you. This is a dad with 102 children.
Yes, so a farmer...
How is that possible?
I don't... Oh, I'm about to explain it here. Wow. So a farmer in Uganda called Musa Hasaya, 67, he's been married... He's got 12 wives and he's got 102 children and 568 grandchildren, and he's finally shutting shop. He says he does not want any more kids because it's not financial...
Shutting shop? What's he
Shutting up.
Zipping his fire.
You need
exactly
to talk to
what
Josh Howie
saying.
about vasectomies.
He's saying it's no longer financial viable for him to be supporting all these kids, and he's urging other men who have got lots of wives to stop at wife number 4 and not many more. And in Africa, I'm from Ghana in West Africa, and polygamy is so the norm out there. Like my granddad had 6 wives, and he probably had this amount of kids and grandchildren as well. But it's quite funny. But the thing is, as well, he's making a good point. You're bringing all these children, but can you provide for them?
I love as well how he's drawing the line at 100.
Right.
That's it for me.
Any more would be madness.
How would he remember any baby names, children's names?
There's no way he does.
568 grandchildren.
I think it's a good way of hedging your bets, though, because one of those, surely, one of the kids or grandkids is going to go on and become a multi-millionaire, and as dad or granddad, you're going to see the benefits of that, I would have thought. Thank you very much, both of you.
Emma, Stephanie, thank you so much. Brilliant.
Lovely stuff. All right, moving on now. Matters, a lot more serious than that, because Merseyside police are continuing to question 2 people in connection with the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Elle Edwards at a Merseyside pub on Christmas Eve.
Well, our North West reporter, Sophie Reaper, is live near the scene of the shooting for us now. Sophie, good morning to you, and what's the latest that you can tell us?
Good morning to you both. That murder investigation is still underway after that Christmas Eve shooting here at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey, Merseyside. Now, we heard last night that 2 people had been arrested in connection to that attack. A 30-year-old man from Tranmere has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, whilst a 19-year-old woman from Rockferry has been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder. Also, as you say, we heard yesterday yesterday that the victim who was killed in that attack has been named as 26-year-old Elle Edwards. Now, Merseyside police don't believe she was the intended target of the gunman. They say simply she was in the pub enjoying the Christmas atmosphere with her friends and family when she was caught in the crossfire of the gunman's attack. Now, gun violence has become quite a recognisable issue for Merseyside. Just 4 months ago, we saw a spate of gun violence that saw 3 people killed within the space of a week. That, of course, including 9-year-old schoolgirl Olivia Pratt-Corbell. The police now have to deal with this other high-profile incident that happened on Christmas Eve. As a result, they're taking quite an active stance. They carried out a number of arrests yesterday, as well as stop and searches. They say they're doing this to crack down on criminals in the region, not just related to this attack, but across all areas of crime, in order to make sure they're cracking down on the various issues, but also to make sure that residents feel safe in their homes and in public whilst all these attacks are taking place across recent months.
Well, Sophie Reaper, thank you for bringing the latest there for us from the scene. You've been there for the last couple of days. Really do appreciate you joining us on the programme, bringing us that news that a man and a woman have now been arrested in connection with the murder of 26-year-old Elle Edwards, who was shot at a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve, celebrating Christmas with her friends and family.
Yeah,
it really is a really shocking story on front of many of the newspapers here this morning.
Absolutely shocking stuff. Well, just want to move on from that now, and it is a bumper couple of days of sport, and here to round up the Boxing Day results and look ahead at the bank holiday fixtures is sports broadcaster, journalist, property magnate Aidan McGee.
I don't like to talk about that, Pat.
Your property portfolio?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Had a hit with the housewives.
Housewives' favourite.
Housewives' favourite.
Yeah, the thinking woman's crumpet.
Oh, good.
Anyway,
I like that one. You can talk about that all you want.
Talk to me about that. Right, talk to me about the football.
Well, look, I predicted some freak results yesterday. We didn't really get any individual freak results, but we did get 7 games in the Premier League. 5 away wins in that. That's a coupon buster, if ever there was one. People will be tearing up their coupons and throwing them every which way. However, one that stood out was the home win by Arsenal, 3-1 against West Ham. West Ham had lost 4 of the previous 5, but what that mattered, that was 5-6 weeks ago. And winning the title, if you're going to win a title, Patrick, you've got to overcome adversity, whether that be in a match situation or outside. Arsenal have had it in spades because, what's the name of the guy?
Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
How did I know?
Wow, how did I have brain freeze?
I thought you were joking. I thought there was a joke coming.
No.
Gabriel Jesus, yeah. I did it, I had brain freeze just then. Goodness me, it must be the weather. So they lost him at the World Cup. He was injured playing for Brazil. And then going into the match last night itself, West Ham set up really well. They looked quite dogged and they went ahead. Then Arsenal suffered a VAR reversal, so they thought they were getting a penalty, but they didn't get it in the end. But then they came out afterwards. Gabriel Jesus, whose name momentarily escaped me a few moments ago, he was on the sidelines on crutches. Arsene Wenger was in the stand, doesn't come back very often, left 4.5 years ago. Yeah. And Arsenal rattling 3 goals to go 7 points clear at the top of the table. They're beginning, Patrick, to look like the real deal. You may not be comfortable hearing that. They've not won the league, Ellie, in 19 years. So this is a big thing. It's whether they can stay the course. City play tomorrow night, then when they travel to Leeds. Manchester United play tonight against Nottingham Forest, of course. They're not necessarily in the...
Easy win.
Well, it should be, really. They're home to Forest, so they should beat them.
Yeah.
Can we have a word on Harry Kane, please? Because I was a bit worried about him yesterday because he missed that penalty. Yeah, and I was wondering if he was going to be really nervous, kind of the first time out on the pitch.
I don't think, having watched Harry Kane for years, having interviewed him a number of times, I don't think Harry Kane does nervous. I even had a chat with him. He's great in a crisis, in fact, because I went to see his dinner lady up in his primary school up in Chingford, I think it was, a few years ago, and she was talking about how she once lost her wedding ring in the playground, and everyone panicked, thinking, oh, it's lost forever. Guess who found it?
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane. Oh, there you go, miss. I found it for you. What? And it was.
Sure, he hadn't nicked it.
No, he hadn't. No. I'm certainly not making any allegations of theft against any Premier League footballer. Let alone someone as esteemed as Harry Kane. He did nick a goal yesterday, though, mind you. They were 2-0 down at Brentford. I was talking to Mark Longhurst yesterday. They were 1-0 down. Spurs were against the what they call it, their stadium. I can't remember. It's got the G-Tech Stadium or something like that. So it's been renamed. It's got a new sponsor. Anyway, they went 1-0 up Vitaly Janelt, and then They went 2-0 down, Kane got one back, and afterwards they haven't got it back to 2-2. There's an interesting interview with his teammate, a Frenchman, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, said anyone would be silly looking from afar, as he does, to really rule out Harry Kane and to write him off, and he looked really, really good yesterday. He looks as if he's just ready to hit the ground running, and they're going to need him because they've got a lot of games coming up, because we've got that concertina effect either side of the World Cup, because we've got lots of fixtures coming up.
What else have you got on your little notepad there for us?
Little notepad? Well, I gave a tip yesterday.
OK.
In the King George VI race at Kempton Park in Surrey.
That one up, didn't
well, you know what? It sounds a lot worse than it actually is, because, yes, he finished 9th in a field of 9, but he was neck and neck with the winner, who was Brave Man's Game, the 11-4 shot, neck and neck until the last fence, and then the jockey was unseated. So it's not a reflection of his calibre, either the horse or the jockey. Nonetheless, they did finish 9th. Anyone who put their child's inheritance on it, I'm really, really sorry. Horse racing is not really my thing, but ask me next year and I'll see if I can come up with a better tip. And maybe I should have made use of my crystal ball. I'm not using it enough recently.
Mystic McGee.
Yeah, I know. A little bit, yeah. I'm going to have to dust it down.
Yes, indeed. Oh, and also, just very lastly...
oh, no. Yeah, go on.
Some of our viewers and listeners will know that Aidan McGee has been trying to put together a model that I believe his brother got him for Christmas of his beloved QPR Stadium. Aidan, you've had the best part of 4 hours, and I'm yet to see a model.
A slight malfunction, if I'm going to be honest with you. I've noticed that a couple of pieces are missing. In among the 1,103 pieces, I make it 2 pieces are missing. It's impossible to continue with construction work as it is, but it will resume possibly later today, and I will have that model finished and ready to display at some point in the future. Should also say, I'm actually building a scale model, this is serious, a scale model of the stadium anyway. So
Stop.
Of course he is.
I'm building a scale model. Where? Just at home.
Home?
Yeah, at home, yeah. So I've been building it for a couple of years. I've done two sides of it. I'll show you some pictures later on if you like to, because you know I'm not lying, you know. So, but yeah, listen, I've got there's the pre-prepared one that's there. That's going to be done, and there's a real one being done as well.
Okay.
Both will be completed, I promise.
There is obviously a lazy joke about you always having a model nearby, but I won't make it. I won't make it.
I don't want to talk about that.
No, absolutely not. Aidan McGee there. Thank you very,
Cheers,
very
guys. Nice to see you. It's been
Yeah.
great spending Christmas with you as well.
Yes, it was. It was lovely.
Yeah,
Yes,
we were all here, weren't we? Little Christmas family.
No, it was lovely.
What are you doing with Betwixtmas? Do you call it Betwixmas?
No,
or?
certainly not. I'm with Calvin
Third
Robinson.
day?
Christmas,
Oh.
no, Christmas is going. Christmas is ongoing. Christmas started on Christmas Eve and it goes on till 12th night. Christmas is still. I still wish everyone Merry Christmas. This thing in media we hear about it a lot of the time, where we just move on and move on and move on, and from one thing to the next. But this is still very much through Christmas season. I've not even been to Mass yet.
No,
Aidan, even I went to Mass on
Did you?
Christmas Eve, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I go every week, but so they've had more than enough collection plate money out of me over the course of the year.
They really do clean up.
Do you know at Westminster Cathedral
the
now?
Catholics, woo.
Westminster Cathedral now, they've actually got a contactless collection point.
I see. I find that a little bit cheeky.
It makes me give more.
Yeah, well, because you've got to, haven't you? Because before you do the old pat.
No,
Sorry,
you do that.
Sorry, yeah, I do. Yeah. And then they whack out a card machine. You're like, oh, great.
You could do what I used to do and actually do the collection themselves and just make a pocket. Oh, no,
No.
It's incredible, though, just the amount of cash that people bring to a church. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, it is. Yes, indeed. And
Great
thank
for
you
the
very much.
Cheers, guys.
Well, can I just say, we've been
Aidan.
getting loads of people emailing in throughout the course of this show, and it has been magnificent. The vast majority of them dog-related, and you did that, ladies and gents. We were asking for a studio dog idea, and many of you have got in touch. But the other one, and the big one, bizarrely, we were talking in the front page section about dentists, and loads of people, clearly it's a massive issue. Apparently 40% of people are considering pulling out their own teeth as a result of this, which is shocking stuff. But a load of people have been emailing in to say, actually, I'm one of these people. I'm in a bad way. I can't get a dentist appointment. Ellis, however, says many expect to get instant treatment. You just have to look at your teeth and get regular checks. There you go. But, yeah, quite a lot of people, it turns out, have decided that, they can't get... People say they're going to Turkey to get their teeth fixed.
Yeah,
Going all the way to
teeth.
Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey teeth, aren't they?
There's some horror stories about them. Have you not heard about this?
Well,
some horror
is this like the plastic surgery type stuff for your
No, you
teeth?
can get veneers and all this dental work done in Turkey. It's a lot cheaper, but there are kind of knock-on health issues that come from getting cheap dental work abroad, which I think John was talking about, but you
I've
came off
skipped it
that
on.
email.
Sorry, John, I've had
We'll
enough.
never know.
Anyway, well, there you go. Well, I must say, Ali, it's been an absolute pleasure to co-host the breakfast show with you over this festive period. I know Emily Carver wonderfully filled in a bit yesterday. And, yes, it's been fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's been really, really good. You're back this afternoon.
I am. So I'm back on 3 till 6 p.m.
There you go. Gave you that plug there.
Yes, cheeky little plug. Up next, though, it's Tom and Olivia. They will be with you. And
I'm back with you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so don't miss that.
Absolutely. Anyway, stay tuned, everybody. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow or later.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking chilly for some. though rain and cloud will spread eastwards this morning. Let's take a look at the details for you. Across southwest England, a band of rain and strong winds will spread eastwards this morning with some heavy spells of rain at times. Coastal gales are likely across northern Cornwall and Devon. A mostly dry morning for London and the southeast, though there may be an odd shower for the English Channel coasts and becoming increasingly cloudy. A band of rain will affect southern Wales through this morning with some heavy bursts at times, strong winds too, with coastal gales possible. Looking across the Midlands this morning, it will be dry but cloudy in the east. Across the west, a band of rain with some heavy spells and strong winds will push in. A cold start across northeast England this morning ahead of a band of cloud and rain spreading in from the west. Strong winds too, especially over high ground. Dry to start across eastern parts of Scotland. A band of rain, some of which will fall as snow at first, will spread in from the west through this morning. A band of rain will clear away to the northeast of Northern Ireland this morning, though some showers will linger behind. A windy morning too, especially around coasts at first. A band of rain will continue to spread eastwards this afternoon, remaining windy and a risk of coastal gales. And that is how the weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.